Okay. All right, Council, are we ready? Staff, are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so the time is 5:06 p.m. I'm calling to order a work session of the City Council of the City of Sunset Valley, Texas for Tuesday, August 2nd, 2022. Get my gavel. And so, Council, as you may realize, Councilmember Johnson is dialed in for this portion of the meeting, so we'll try to make sure that we capture any of his comments. He is expecting to be in person later tonight for the regular council meeting. He's on his way back, driving into town right now, and expects to be back for at least most of the council session. So we can go ahead and proceed with our work session agenda item. So we're going to begin with citizen public communication. And again, for the work session, what we're going to be doing is having public communication up front, and then we'll be allowing council and staff for discussion of our agenda items, and then directions to staff following the discussion, and then adjourning, but we're not taking any specific actions. So with that, we'll recognize any members of the public that wish to speak at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. Melissa Gonzalez, 26 Reese. I'm hoping for clarity for what this presentation is hoping to get directions to. It wasn't clear to me from the backup as to what, like the conclusions and things were just sort of statements of fact of the development process. And so I'm just curious what kind of direction up front so I can understand what the purpose of the presentation is, because it just wasn't clear to me. So I just wanted to ask that question up front about why this was before us. I could see that they were using an example, but if we were going to development on a more citywide level or something like that, I would be curious to know that in the presentation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And that's a good segue into our agenda item number 3. So this is a council will discuss the following items but take no action. Review and provide information to council related to the plotting subdivision process of the City of Sunset Valley. So council, one of the things that we've been using these work sessions for is somewhat of an educational component. So I think there's been value expressed in the past about just having a forum for informally discussing topics that council may want more background on before we need to take specific action. So this, when we were outlining work sessions, this is one of those items that we penciled in saying, as part of our development process, part of our land development code, part of our these things that were in our open space planning. There's some value in having background in some of the related topics, even if we're not taking any direct action. So this one doesn't actually tie necessarily to any direct action that we're planning on taking in the immediate term. But I will say with the open space planning project concluding, one of the things that we are going to be looking at is the best use of our space, which may include a need to go through platting or subdivisions or that kind of process. And so don't want to alarm any of the members of the public or residents that may be listening that we're taking a specific action based on this, but this is really just more, I think, in line with the educational component. It is aligning with the fact that over this next year, we expect to be doing some of those related activities that may require us to take on some of the aspects that are covered in in platting and subdivision, especially with regards to city-owned properties. That being said, largely this is going to be a staff presentation. It'll be an opportunity for council to ask questions. If there are specific properties that you want to ask questions about, that's always a chance for us to get follow-up from staff. And that's all this is intended to be, especially before we go into our next sessions, which will be very much budget heavy and budget focused. So with that, I'll hand it over to the city administrator for the presentation and questions, of course, as we go through, as council has them.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So exactly right about the educational component. There was a question regarding 6405 Brody and just platting in general. How do parcels get infrastructure to them when they're undeveloped at this particular point in time? Or how are we able to enforce some regulations related to drainage or any other exactions along the process? There's been a lot of questions as to why some things don't happen. For example, why didn't we ask for right-of-way, or why can't we get additional X, Y, or Z? And the answer to that is really there's only one time in the code that you can get it, and that is during the subdivision process, where it is the city's opportunity to exact what we call exactions, carve out, request the things from a piece of property. You'll sometimes hear them referred to as entitlements. After the process has already been completed, this piece of property is now entitled to these things. Impervious cover calculations, a particular site plan that was accepted, and so you'll hear that term used along the process. I used 6405 Brody as an example because it is a prime example of a piece of property that has existed. It had a house on it, and so for all intents and purposes, people thought it's a buildable piece of property, right? It changed the zoning, we should be able to do something on it. Not necessarily the case. The state adopted what we call model subdivision rules, and there are specific development standards in the code that require certain things be addressed, and that is to prevent the creation of what are called colonias, subpar development in ways of water, wastewater, drainage, some of the very basic infrastructure needs. They're very prevalent in South Texas, which is where the vast majority of residential colonias reside. And you have very, very poor drainage coupled with very poor wastewater, which creates horrible problems later on for property owners. So in the platting process, with very few exceptions, you cannot issue a building permit without the property being legally platted. There are exceptions to rural and residential tracts over specific acreage. For this example, we're using 6405 Brody. And so the property description is always a telltale sign. You will hear things like a portion of, the right 50 feet, the southernmost 150 feet, or sometimes you'll see things described in meets and bounds, the left 30 degrees of. In this particular case, 6405 Brody was abstract 3 of survey 18 in the Bissell tract being 4.96 acres. So that's a telltale sign that that is not a platted piece of property. So before we could even go any further into 6405 Brody, there was a lot of grandiose plans, there's a lot of thought about what's going to get built there, but it can't be built until we go through the platting process. Now, why is that important? Again, it talks about orderly development. And the plat is where the city is able to ensure that certain infrastructure is in place to meet not only the current need, but that also matches the city's future master plans. So for example, if 6405 Brody was going to be against a large tract that had a potential for a residential development that was going to hold 50 homes, let's say, we know residential development requires greater infrastructure. People are flushing toilets more than you would in an office building, for example. And so that would be our opportunity to take into account how big is that infrastructure that this development is going to need, and is there an opportunity for participation from the city side to make sure that they upsize it so that it fits our future needs. That's what we're doing with 290. There is an opportunity to upsize that piece of property, and you will see a participation agreement come to you in the next couple of council meetings where they are putting in their required infrastructure, but we are asking them to build our portion essentially to get to the lift station. So this is our time to make sure our roads align, our water and sewer needs are met, and that drainage is actually draining to where we want it to drain. So we talked about the development process in that flow chart that we talked about, and I told you in our process sometimes things are convoluted in that they keep bouncing back. There's so many if-then statements that don't have an end to them. So in the development sequence that is in the model subdivision code and what is a model code, this is the development sequence. You have to zone something appropriately. Zoning will tell you how big the piece of property is supposed to be, what your setbacks are, etc. Then you move on to the plat. How do you know how big you want to subdivide that piece of property if you don't have any underlying rules of how big something is supposed to be? So that's why zoning always comes first. We call zoning ethereal, meaning it's just running sort of over the property. In most cities, Sunset Valley included, there is what we call a preliminary plat. That is what is the idea of the development that's going to happen. You see this a lot in a subdivision, for example, and subdivision and plat mean the same thing. You'll hear me say plat and you'll hear me say subdivision. They mean the same thing. It's a subdivision of property. So, for example, in a subdivision of 80 homes, the developer may only do the first 20. And so the preliminary plat may only take into account that first 20, and then that development moves forward. He may final only that section that has that 20. For us, it's important to be able to see as a city what that 50,000-foot level is. So from a preliminary standpoint, we want to see what all 80 houses are intended to be, but we're going to move forward with that 20 so that we don't end up leaving anything out. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Sylvia. At this moment, you choose this place as an example.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That means that any place, as you said, when they came, first they need to go to zoning, or they came to you, they came to the office. So they don't came to zoning. So one applicant, they came. So they came to the administration, and after the administration, they provide some guidelines.
Yes.
And later with that guidelines, I think that is good in the way that you show, but in my mind, I would like to understand that first you have the applicant. So in that applicant, perhaps you provide with some appendix or some forms that they need to follow. And after that, they go to the step of zoning. And after zoning, when you say that when they are in zoning, they need to follow all of these steps, right?
Correct.
And some of these steps, they are part of the protocol that you requested to the applicant.
Correct.
It's true?
Correct.
Okay. So with this 6405, when I was looking this, and perhaps this applicant will come back the next meeting that we will have. This applicant, he doesn't have any problem, or because we had meetings?
No, so 6405 is my example because I want to show you where he went, how it sort of bounced back in the sequence, and
Yes.
how we can be better about improving. There is a step that's missing, and that's the administration step in the beginning, when they come in for their early assistance meeting with us and determine where they need to go
Yes.
along that pattern.
Okay, so, but in this case, first, they came with you, and after that, they went to zoning because they were doing some rezoning.
Correct.
And with that rezoning, that changed. And when you say these numbers, because I hear you, I couldn't hear with this instrument. Now I can hear much better. And you say, when I saw these numbers, and you saw that they have 4.966 acres, you say, it's not platted.
Correct, not
Why?
platted. Mhm.
Why that gave it to you?
The description, the legal description is a telltale sign. When it's properly platted, it's going to have a lot and a block. And so this particular legal description is an abstract. It's a survey of a 4.966 acre tract. It's not a legally platted piece of property yet.
Yeah, it's a platted property. We'll read, and they have lot 12, subdivision, et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
So in the development sequence, yes, you're right. There is I left the administrative piece off. They would come in for an early assistance meeting. They would submit their application. What is it that they need exactly? In the case of 6405 Brody, they did need to go to zoning first because it wasn't platted to do commercial developments or what they wanted to do in terms of the restaurant. So they went through zoning. In the zoning, the zoning commission asked for a site plan and they asked for Appendix B. So Appendix B has a lot of the information that a preliminary plat has. It has the boundary markers. It has some very critical information. Where are things going to be draining? Where are things? So when we were talking about the development sequence a few weeks ago, I wanted to move that further up into the continuum. I wanted to make sure that we have all of that information at the onset so that we're not ping-ponging back and forth and don't have a complete picture of what's required. The development community is going to tell you, well, that's an expensive proposition. That has me spending a lot of money early on. Yes, that's true, but it's a lot of money in the process when you're going back and forth amending what you thought was a complete submittal. So for the purposes of our city development and redevelopment, I would rather us have a more complete picture very early on so that we're making complete decisions as opposed to a piecemeal process where our code right now says we may ask for it. 9 times out of 10, the commission and the council want to see those items anyway.
I'll try to speak as close as I can to the mic. So I'm going to channel a little bit of Councilmember Johnson in my asking for more, exposing my ignorance, I guess, in terms of like this particular subject matter, because I'm very much not, somebody who knows the platting process, the subdivision process. When is this required? For example, if there was a vacant piece of property that somebody wanted to, in a single family zoned, and somebody wanted to build a house there, this would apply to that. Versus, I'm kind of coming back to we have 6405 as the example. Sometime way in the past, it was not platted, but there was a house built there, and it was, listed as 4.966 acres, et cetera. Why didn't it get platted, when it was developed as a house originally? And is that something that's required for single family house development, or is this really only applicable to kind of the more intense development? And what is that threshold? Like, what does it make a plat required versus not required? That's kind of where I'm trying to get a better grasp on this.
So the home that was there, there's 2 possibilities why it wasn't platted. Well, potentially 3. One, there is an exemption for size, and it's 5 acres or more. This one was just a tad bit, so it might have just gone through the process at council. Or 2, it was there before you guys incorporated and it was part of the county, and model subdivision rules didn't apply then anyway. So that's the other possibility. The third exception that normally runs in the code is if, especially for residential, if you're building something that doesn't require any additional infrastructure or needs to be sustained by anything else that's already there. So for example, if we had let's say a 4.96 acre tract on Lone Oak, for example, and a residence, somebody bought it and wanted to build a single family. There are exemptions in the code because we don't require any upsizing to infrastructure. It's already there. The water's already there. The sewer's already there. And their tying in does not create any undue or additional burden onto the system. They'd have to pay their capital recovery costs to us to connect onto the system, but there's no upsizing of lines and there's no detriment to a house causing any disorderly development from happening.
Okay. So I think I understand sort of like there is a threshold depending on the infrastructure changes that might be required. If there was ever a case where we did plot, or the developer came in, they plotted something, they developed something there, and then at some point in the future it reverted to like single family resident, would it have to get replotted because it had been previously plotted as something else?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Okay.
Not necessarily.
Again, it's sort of like the infrastructure threshold, whether it requires that. Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of if-then statements in that question. So for example, 6405 Brody, let's say they're going to develop as it is as one parcel, and it really has only one building and then several outbuildings. And later on they decide, we might want to subdivide this further because I want to live on the back portion of the property, for example. That's going to require a new plat, and that will require the city to be able to review for new exactions. Do we need additional XYZ? Do we need additional right-of-way? Do we need additional setbacks? Is there, other compatibility issues that we need to take account into the zoning? So when I tell you every development case is really standing on its own merit, and we have to look at it from a holistic view about what is in the city's best interest, that's what makes development hard.
Okay. And the platting is is a part of that development process that isn't always required depending on what's being developed there and the infrastructure.
Correct.
For most of the development would be like where commercial development or neighborhood office development, it's a requirement because it's going to be changing the infrastructure, substantially. In the kind of, this is maybe another, I'm trying to wrap my head around this, but 6107, right, single family, if we decided, for example, to do nothing with it except for make it congruent with the existing open area, it wouldn't require any kind of like replotting or subdivision. It would just be essentially rezoning at that point. There's no further steps because it's not getting developed. There's no infrastructure changes. If we decided to do something more like subdividing it and portioning the land out, there would be a potential for an impact in that
Yes.
case. Okay.
If we're going to leave the area as green and open space, then no plat is
Right.
required. If the city were to decide, well, I need to build some amenities, and that may include a structure, that includes a building permit, then yes, you're going to be platted. The city is exempt from its own rules, but I would never tell any city to exempt itself from its own rules. It's not good optics. You're requiring everybody else to do it. We should follow our own rules.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, Sylvia.
Yes, sir.
So when they made the facilities here, they platted?
We should have platted. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
I don't know, but I don't remember that they mentioned that.
I'm not sure. I'll have to look.
Okay, I was curious, so perhaps they made that. But I was thinking, when you go to the county and they are looking the property, in my mind, I was thinking that means that was platted. But it's not platted.
No.
But the county, they have that platted.
So the county has model subdivision rules as well. The county, the platting regulations for the county are a little bit different. So, for example, the city might have a regulation that roads be 30 feet wide, but the county's regulations are only 20 feet wide or 25 feet wide. So it depends whether they're in a city or a county. And really, the county is also making sure that drainage is happening and that there's at least, there's minimum lot sizes if you're trying to connect to septic, and that you do have an appropriate well permitted through the county if you're going to try to drill a well.
I try to say that because we still with some place that they are not part of the city, they still with the county, and this is in Brody. So in that place, only we have part of that, but soon we will start with other expenditures. But we cannot do nothing because it's not part of the city.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Right now, those areas that are in like no man's land that are in the county and not in the city, we don't have the ability to withhold a building permit. The county does not issue building permits. What the county does do is make sure that if there's a building permit that's going to be built, they're connecting to water and wastewater, right? But that's very limited review and oversight. Much more regulations if they are in city limits.
Yeah. Well, in that place that we have in Brody, I'm sorry for saying that, but it's important. They have a septic tanks, and they are not with our regulations. Well, also in our regulations, we need to work with septic tanks. But I think that will be very difficult because that will cost a lot of money, all the infrastructure that we need to invest in that place. And not necessarily they will be to the city standards.
Correct,
This is what I try to
correct.
say.
So the code, the state code allows something called public improvement districts. And I inherited in Corpus Christi something that was called, we called it an industrial colonia. The U.S. Navy had sold off pieces of its property, and it was in the industrial side of town where the airport and things were. They had their own septic system. They had their own wastewater treatment plant. Their connection to water was shared among property lines, not even in easements. And so collectively, we got together and the city platted that property. and the city put in the infrastructure and then assessed it to the property owners through their property tax, through the sale of bonds. That allowed us to get rid of those septic systems, improve the streets, improve the water lines. But yes, it is an expensive proposition. But we did have to plat the property in order to get all of the water lines in the easements and be able to do all of that.
Thank you.
So moving on to the final plat, that is that's the final. Sometimes things change between the preliminary and the final. So for example, 6405 Brody. We'll keep that as an example. They don't have plans to do anything but keep it as one lot. If in their preliminary plat they say, I think I want to do this, well, they're going to face two difficulties. One, the zoning restrictions that were placed, right? So we'll kind of have to go through that continuum. But two, they'll have to start over in the preliminary plat phase, because in the preliminary phase, they've already told the city what they're going to do and how things are going to align and what water and wastewater. So if they make significant changes along that continuum to the final plat, the city doesn't have to accept that. We can start back over at phase one to make sure that what is so that it's not a bait and switch, so to speak.
Sylvia, do any of these decisions come back to council, or
Yes.
is this a city administrator?
No, these all come back to council
Okay.
at this point. So right now, we have final site plan and watershed development beyond the final site plan. That's something I want us to talk about as we go through the development process with the committees and the council, because that really should be within the preliminary plat and the final plat. Because at the time of the final plat, you really want to know where everything is already. You don't want to be receiving variances, et cetera, having the applicants apply for any variances. Because what can happen right now is 6405 Brody. I'm not saying they're going to do this, but this is an example of what could happen. So we go through the preliminary plat, it goes through council, we go through their final plat, it goes through council. They start getting toward building permit phase. Their plat's recorded, they start getting to building permit phase. They decide, I probably need extra parking spaces, or I need X, or I need Y, or I need Z. They're able to apply for a watershed development variance at that point in time. That's not something we want that late in the game. It really should be moved up at least one notch or one sequence in between to make sure everything is finalized, so that as they move into the final plat and they try to go vertical for construction, things are set pretty much in stone. There's no bouncing back and forth. Bless you, bless you. Yes, ma'am.
The answer to Councilmember Cardona's question, if City Hall was platted, the answer is yes. I found it and showed it to him.
Good. We should never excuse ourselves from our own
Well,
rules.
that show all the property. They plat all the property, but they, according with Sylvia, they need to be specific. What do they have in the property? So, and this is the.
This final plot.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, Sylvia, maybe also just a kind of as another example, so when we're talking Town Bridge, that's again probably another example where it got to the point where we got to the final site plan and they came back and had to request additional variances because now, kind of going back to that, is that, that's obviously where we got into some trickiness because we, it gets hard at that point to say we can't proceed if we've already given you some.
Exactly. And
So I mean, but Town Bridge was, in that case, how would we kind of maybe using that as sort of a sample, could we have caught that earlier by, essentially
Yes.
amending some of this process
yes,
to, okay.
yes. Just changing the sequence a little bit because every developer in the world knows that I can't get a building permit until my plat is recorded, which is why the code, the state code and our code allows for financial security, meaning they need to get that plat recorded. So they're going to do one of two things. They're going to build it and we're going to accept it and then the plat's going to be recorded, or they're going to put up the financial security that we have enough assurance and we can build it if they don't build it so that the plat can be recorded so they can get started on their building permit process. So everybody pretty much knows that once the final plat has been accepted, everybody's roaring to go vertical. you as a council are put in a difficult decision. You've already agreed that you like this project. You agreed that you want this project to go forward, essentially, by accepting the preliminary and the final plat. And now here we are in the final details and nuances. It's hard for y'all to say no at that point. And it's not just this council, it's other councils. And so just that little tweak, moving it earlier into the continuum, would make the world a difference, and you wouldn't have that ping pong effect of, Well Met is a perfect example as well. We have the site plan, here we go, well, no, we gotta amend the trees, or no, now I need a landscaping variance. And it's a really tough ping pong for everybody involved, not just the cost of redoing those plans, but the decisions in front of you where you thought you agreed to something, and here you are changing it midstream. So then we get to the building permit, and that is, that's another process that still requires a lot of review. We need to make sure that the plans match what the site plan and what the plat said was going to happen, that the easements are recorded and the easements are there aren't anything in the easements, the water lines are appropriately sized, et cetera, and only until those plans are approved and construction okayed to move forward, all of the inspections have to pass, including Austin Fire, and then we can finally get to occupancy. There's a lot of time that happens between final plat and occupancy because they're still building some of those improvements. And in the case of 6405, we have spent a great amount of time trying to figure out what this water line alignment is going to look like. We had some assurances from the city of Austin early on. Some of those things changed. We had some information about the size of Oakdale, we got better information, so on and so forth. This has been the final discussion on how they're going to get water to that site. There is construction that has to happen by the owners of 6405. They're the ones that are going to build this, and then they turn around and they dedicate it to the city. So it's in our best interest that we inspect it and it is built to city standard, because you don't want to accept something that is subpar and we're going to have to maintain it later on. So between the construction and final building permit, there's a good amount of time that goes through, and a lot of things change during that time period. That's why financial security is also very important. I want us to revisit that section of code. Right now, costs are crazy. And we don't necessarily have a cushion in the amount of bond that we require for construction. And we take the quote-unquote developer's estimate as that amount of bond that we will accept. So I want to make sure that there is ample money that's put aside in case something happens to that development and they don't finish it, that we can call the bond and finish it ourselves without it being on the backs of the residents to complete. Any questions?
Kind of going back to that, where we're at with 6405 Brody. So getting to this point, we approved this project before we had a plan for how they're going to get water, right? Essentially that's what we got to, and it's taken this long to get to a point where they've worked out a plan to get water to their site. Yeah. That seems like the wrong thing to do, right? Because they may at this point say it's not worth the cost, or it might be you don't get the legal rights to do this, or because it now requires utilization of city property, we didn't have a chance to consider the fact that the way their plan is proposed, in part of our variance process, that this would be something that would impact us, and not that we may not have made the same choice, it's just that this is information we didn't have, and so I understand the complications, because the developer doesn't want to invest so much time and energy and so much development work. But this is like a very basic thing, just in terms of information that we should have at the forefront of that process and work towards bringing that forward. And so that's kind of one of the things that struck out to me, at least, in terms of this is something that just now is getting solved, and it's a big risky thing if it doesn't get solved. So.
Very late in the game, which is why that feasibility information about in Appendix A and Appendix B, we had some quote-unquote assurances from the City of Austin, but there's some engineering work to be done on the development side to make sure this is going to be able to come to fruition and that it's not going to need a lot of city assistance. This project was very close to dying because we couldn't come to agreement on how they were going to get water. Luckily, we've been able to resolve it, city to city as a city extension of water with developer participation. But yes, very late in the game. They've gone through their variances, they've gone through their zoning, for all intents and purposes, everybody thinks this project is ready to go, and it's not.
Yep. Yep. I think that I remember that night when we discussed that, and I remember that we agree, but they were responsible, not us. So in that case, we gave it to them, that responsibility. Now, the city was working with them in order to do this project, but that doesn't mean that we gave it to them a blanket order that they can do whatever they want, or later they can go against us. That I don't understand is how you will bring the water from Oakdale in that place to that property. How that will go?
There's a public right-of-way.
Yeah, in which side? In which property?
This is the property, this is the city-owned Galt property.
Yes.
So it's gonna come, there's an 8-inch line on Oakdale, and it's gonna come down that way.
On the front?
Yes, sir.
On the front?
There was discussion with Mr. Hurwitz at the corner. There was a
Yes.
discussion with the property owners at the rear, because there
Yes.
is a utility easement there. But that utility easement was very specific for what its use was. It wasn't just a generic utility easement. So the option is along Oakdale and Brody. There had been a proposal to come from across the street on Alegro Lugar. I mean, there was all kinds of discussions happening along the way on how they were going to get water.
So, but in that case, when you say they try to go with the city of Austin, why we were with the city of Austin is because we will tie we will tie in Brody with the line of the city, or why?
No, Oakdale is our line, and
Is
we
that-
are essentially extending. The original proposal is they wanted to come from Alegro Lugar, from tapping
Yes,
into the city
the
of
other
Austin
side.
across the street. Obviously, it's our, obviously that didn't work. And then one of the other options also didn't work because they were gonna have to acquire easements, and those property owners didn't agree to the easements.
Yeah, okay. It's because I don't see how that will be a big problem if we have the line in Oakdale and only we do the extension from Brody to that property. I couldn't see why we have
So
a
not
big-
necessarily a problem. Preliminary information said that there was too much stuff in that easement already, and there was not going to be any room for the water line.
Oh,
So we had to dig a little bit further, what's actually in the easement, what's there, can it go?
and the wastewater, they will connect to the city of Austin, or they will have how that will be for the waste?
Wastewater, I believe, runs at the back of the property, correct?
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question, a theoretical question. So let's say we have a project come before us and the council approves it, it goes through the zoning and it goes through this first preliminary step. Then we get a new council, which happens every year, can be, and the new council really doesn't support that project. And they nitpick it to the point where they refuse to approve the building permit or the final plat. On what basis can they do that? And how does that normally work out without a lawsuit and et cetera, et cetera?
The short answer is they can't. Plat is what we call a ministerial process. So long as the developer has met all of the checklists in the code and all of our checklists, the council has an obligation to approve it within the time frame.
Okay.
The council does not have to approve any variances or alterations to the ordinance in order to make that plat feasible. So if theoretically there is a council before you that has given an okay to a preliminary, but by the time they get to final, they're going to need variances or they need city participation or they're asking for something else and the new council doesn't feel like they want to participate, That's really a difficult place for the developer to be in. If everything is checkbox marked, they don't require a variance, there's nothing, they're doing everything that the ordinance and the state code says they should do, it's a ministerial process. We must approve the plan.
Okay,
Yeah, I think the example again is relevant as Town Bridge because
yeah,
they came before council and got approval for the plan, but then they came back because they required variances, right? And it's because they required
Exactly.
variances, the council has an opportunity to say yes or no on those variances. And if they'd said no, the project probably would have died because they couldn't have met, the need, what the original variant, the original approval was.
right.
Yeah. Rob has a question. He asked if he could get a question in for himself.
Sure. So I kind of understand this more from like Pennsylvania law, but if you own a piece of property that is kind of landlocked, you have the right to like get a road out to it, and I'm sure that's very similar in Texas. Is there no similar right to utility access? I know that's like almost like a very more city-oriented question, but and also like the second part of that is, it seems like maybe if it was appropriately platted 6405, then we wouldn't have ever been in this situation where, if it was platted correctly, then that would have been all thought out. Like, well, if you're going to have this property, this is how you're going to get your utilities to it.
So the first question on first of all, in the state of Texas, you can't landlock a piece of property. They won't allow a plat to happen, and they won't allow you to leave a remnant piece of property that is landlocked. They should not accept a plat. That being said, I told you platting is often a ministerial process. People sell all kinds of property by metes and bounds without it being platted, and they record it down at the county. So there may be a property that exists that isn't platted, but it's landlocked. I know of very few, and Barbara, please chime in, I know of very few instances where you are obligated a right to give up your property so somebody else can access their property. Do you know different?
No, there's not without, that's a property right, and you would need compensation for that. But to Mr. Johnson's question as to utilities, that is a little bit different. And were you going there next? Okay.
So for utilities, we kept calling it the atomic option. This developer approached both property owners and tried to offer compensation. Both property owners said no. They didn't want compensation. They didn't want an additional easement on their property. The city, we call it the atomic option. The city has the opportunity or the right to condemn and take it, essentially. Also something I would never encourage a city to do, especially for quote unquote economic development. It's just, it doesn't leave a good taste in the resident's mouth, and it certainly doesn't leave a good taste in the residents that you quote unquote took it from. You have to offer compensation, but really what that property owner feels is the value to that piece of property and what the city is normally willing to pay in terms of fair market value are often far apart numbers.
Council, further questions for City Administrator or questions about the presentation?
Thank you.
Councilor Johnson?
Was very good. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so Council, I don't believe I didn't hear any specific direction that we need to give to staff as a result of this item in terms of bring back. It may become appropriate for us to revisit at a future point, but we're not targeting any specific items to bring back. Keep this in mind as we go forward with any consideration of, land use in the city, just in terms of like the development process and how we might think in terms of the context of previous variance process or approval process we've gone through, especially with recent cases. Councilmember Rosengarten.
This is off the topic. 6405, just looking at how you're discussing with them about the water line, why wouldn't they come straight down Brody Lane, then do a tap on the Gold property, and then come to their property and do a tap there? Why kitty corner across the Gold property?
They could align it and move it further. There's some trees in the way that we're trying to save. with that alignment right there.
So coming straight down Brody and then teeing into the property. There's
So that's
something
an
in the
issue
way.
of cost. There's additional right-of-way. It's a licensing agreement essentially that allows us to go into that right-of-way. Mhm. Yeah, all of that is Austin right-of-way.
So they're essentially paying for the portion
Yes,
that's
here to
in front
here.
of that property, and would be more expensive for them, and so we're,
To continue down this.
And we as a city, just curious, couldn't mandate that they come straight down?
We could,
Because we don't know what's gonna happen with the Ann Galt property and,
we could. We could mandate that it come all the way down Brody and connect at their property.
okay? That way you have access to the water line when you need it. And, versus going across property that we don't know what the future of it is, and so. Okay.
so then, do we want to have that be brought back? I mean, it sounds like that sort of falls under the administrative portion of this in terms of negotiating this, but if there's a concern about this specific plan, like when would we have an opportunity to revisit this or potentially revisit?
We will talk to the engineer, our engineer and their consulting engineer to offer that alignment as well.
Yeah, I support that.
So we can get an update on that in a future council session. All right, any further questions? All right, we're going to close the work session at 5:51 p.m. Oh,
Did you want other topics or anything?
so for future work sessions?
Yeah, I thought that was on the agenda.
Yes, sorry about that. Please, yes, if you have, well, follow products to this work session, but if you have suggestions for future items too, we can take that at this time as well.
Well, I assume we'll be talking about the open space plan in a work session at some future point.
Yep.
Okay, okay. I don't know. Do I have any idea?
She's good, huh? Which other?
The open space plan?
Yes, yes.
Yep.
Okay. But also, if you want to send me ideas, we can also, but, okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
And I don't know, this topic is, I am looking the assistance or the attendance of the council members. I don't know if we need to later discuss that in executive session or something, but I suggest if it's not this time, that needs to be in the agenda.
Yeah, I'll have more information to share with council. So let's hold off on that, but I'll have more information to share shortly.
When?
I think this coming council session right after this work session.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, so with that, I'm going to adjourn at 5:53 p.m. And council will give ourselves a few minutes break while we go and resume at 6 o'clock. Rob, are you ready? Okay. All right. All right, council, we're going to get started. It's time is 6:02 p.m. I'm calling into order a regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Sunset Valley, Texas for Tuesday, August 2nd, 2022. As a note, as I'm calling to order the city, you'll notice that Councilmember Litchfield is not present. As an information to the rest of council and to the residents, I did receive Councilmember Litchfield's resignation letter just prior to our work session. So we will have more on that in terms of, the next steps in the process. But that's why we do not have Councilmember Litchfield present at this meeting. We're going to move on to citizen and public communication, beginning with Danny Horgan. You've signed up, and then any other members of the public that wish to speak at this time.
Dan Horgan. The Free Will and the Plan, number 3 Pillow Road at Fort Horgan, the Western Front, will be donated as a sculpture garden to the state of Texas as a memorial park and military art for the veteran community. Also using the property will be the Austin-Travis County Fire, Police, and EMS. This will allow me mayor and pastor-like duties and a question for Senator Dr. Campbell about PTSD and medical law. Recently, Roe v. Wade was overturned, so I too can pray that the legislation protecting freedom of religious rights to worship as a church are overturned within single family, provided the state of Texas reconsider and offer relief using the 10th Amendment to fall back on. The rule of law in this small town council has mostly consisted of lawyers dismissing any moral, compelling debate or personal feelings about single-family style of living. This law was wrong for Texas, and this type of social experiment is wrong for a republic. When you have no peace, you have no balance, to quote Mike Tyson. The tax incentive within the great state of Texas gives me the rights to bury myself on site. And Austin-Travis County will oversee the property, ensuring peace for the land and the departed. I'm feeling passionate, healthy, fit, trimmed down to my original weight, and a survivor. With free will, I have time to give thanks and share. And it is with great liberty that I have recently retired, giving me more time to create art. This kind act of civil service will help people remember the Horgan identity and those I identify with. By donating and making my run for politics, I will work hard to keep the crack pipes and dope fiends off the corner of Westgate and Jones, safeguarding the community from trespass or violence. Plan B would be to make a sizable donation to the Desert War Memorial in Washington, D.C., listing Fort Horgan, the property where I grew up and the place I represent. And it seems like when I come before this mic or the city, it doesn't matter. Each time I'm here, you go home and you listen to it, people at home aren't going to hear this. It's so bad, folks. I don't know if you intentionally know this, but it sounds like sabotage of our God-given rights. When the freedom of expression and the message is scrubbed so badly here at the mic at the town hall, it's screeching audio sorts of open mics. You jammed the listeners' ears at home. You've made me repeat myself for 18 years in this never-ending trauma with PTSD during citizens' comments has become humiliating. With millions spent in video to see how we're doing, 4 minutes of clarity replaced a soapbox megaphone. You can't do any better for me or your community. Oh, I'm gonna go home and pray to God.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak at this time? As a note, council, we did receive 10 comments in open town hall. Most of those, 7 of them by my count, are related to agenda item number 10. So you maybe get an opportunity to look at those ahead of the discussion for agenda number 10, please do so. 2 were related to agenda item number 12, the budget amendment. And 1 was related to communication in general with regards to transparency and openness and communication. So again, we're not going to be reading those, but for your reference, those have been registered as part of Open Town Hall and to reflect on as we get to those items. Right. So council, with that, we're going to move on to agenda number 3 with staff reports, beginning with the administration report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we just did staff reports at the last meeting, since we only had one meeting in July. But again, just as a reminder, we'll be doing staff reports at the first meeting of the month. And included in the staff report is just kind of a summary of what's coming up, which is, of course, a lot having to do with the budget. So we will have a preliminary presentation at the next council meeting on the 16th. The mayor is working with staff to get the budget filed one day early so that it can, on August 11th, which is next Thursday, so that it can make the agenda packet for the 16th. So that will be the first opportunity for council and the public to discuss the budget. There's a workshop scheduled, a work session scheduled for Saturday, August 20th. And then depending on how tonight goes, we have a agenda item to change the dates in September. So the first meeting will be September 6th. That will be the second budget public hearing, and then budget adoption on September 27th. That's also when we'll make additional committee appointments. And just as a reminder, council did change the committee appointment schedule to align with the fiscal year. That's the 5 standing committees and the Arts Commission. And so we're not asking sitting members to submit applications since their term was cut short. So it's only new applicants that need to apply. And again, those will be made at the second meeting in September for a term starting October 1st, ending September 30th, 2023. Other projects going, beautification and branding. We're getting feedback from the CED and the Arts Commission, and we have a second round of a street survey for a tiebreaker, and we'll be sending all of that information to Canales. We're really excited to have Danielle on the team as the community coordinator, and you'll be hearing more from her. We're actually going to be publishing a newsletter at the end of this week. Danielle thought it would be better to kind of change the schedule of the newsletter publication, so you'll start seeing that published at the the first Friday of the month to kind of see what's ahead in the month. And other than that, I just wanted to mention the Laserfish document management system. Several administrative staff members have been working really hard of documenting and archiving from the old website. So I did attach some guides to, I don't know if you were able to use those, but if you have any questions about those, please feel free to, call me, or we can talk about it now. Yes, council member.
You did an excellent job, thank you.
Oh,
I read all of it, I just didn't go and play around with it, but you did an excellent job. And I just want everybody to know, I'm holding up my tablet because I got this blinding light right on me, which is glaring on my laptop right here. I thought we were getting solar film for these windows. I know we discussed this once before.
The tinting or the?
Yeah, the tinting.
I think that's in the to-do list for sure for City Hall improvements. So yeah.
Even if we did roller shades.
I think we've looked at several options. So, but definitely that's definitely on our list of to-do for City Hall improvements.
Thank you.
So I'll be happy to answer any questions y'all have for the admin report.
Any questions on the administration report? Just as a reminder for our residents, we are also in the middle of candidate filing for the November 8th election. So we'll have one more meeting before the cutoff point to remind residents, but you can register until August 22nd for the upcoming election in terms of the 2 open council seats as well as the mayor position as well. Councilmember Johnson.
I know it's still a little fresh here, but how long do we have? Maybe this is a question for Barb. I was wondering, if we have an open seat, do we run it now for like,
We cannot add it to the current election. We have a process in our code of ordinance, which is an appointment process. Council, once we go through the process of formally accepting the resignation and putting it on an agenda item, then we can start the process. We have some leeway, but essentially it's outlined in our code that we will, essentially accept applicants for that position, and it'll be for the remainder of the term. So not ending this current November, but the next year's November is basically filling that position for. And so we appoint that position. We can't add it to this election cycle because we're already in, started the election process.
so I'm looking at it right now, it's 30.32 or whatever. So if an election can be held, but like, we're a small enough community.
Well, to run an election, there's a cost and basically it's not just us running the election, it has to be through Travis County.
Okay.
So,
Because the
Yeah.
regular election's already been ordered, so it would actually be it would be a special election.
yeah.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Moving on to public safety.
Good evening. Last Monday, the large homeless camp on Westgate was cleaned up. They spent the whole week, I believe it's the city of Austin, and that was working on cleaning it up, spent the whole week cleaning it up. The police department has spent almost every day since then answering calls and self-initiating on calls related to sort of the fallout from cleaning up that camp. Lots of suspicious person calls. We've contacted dozens of people who didn't know they couldn't camp in Sunset Valley. We seem to be doing that every morning and then late evening, especially over at Westgate and Sunset Trail. There's people that bring their baskets there to prepare to set up to camp, and we've been contacting them. It's getting better each day. More and more people are starting to realize that Sunset Valley is a different city and that we have different expectations for that. But I did want to encourage residents. What's really been helping us is them looking out and calling us when they see somebody suspicious, or we've gotten a lot more calls. There's been some stolen items from porches from the Montessori school as well, but really residents have been doing a pretty good job of letting us know, hey, there's somebody asleep, at the corner or setting up a camp there, and we've been able to stop them before it grows too big. So hopefully that'll all settle down and we'll get back to some normalcy with that, but it's been kind of crazy the past 2 weeks with that. Another issue that came up is the livestock over on Reese that's been out there. We got several calls about the condition of those animals. We've been checking on them every day. Right now, we're down to just, I believe, the one pig there, and as far as we can tell, he's in good shape. The other animals have been relocated, but residents can be sure that we're paying attention. If the animals start to look like or if the pig is suffering or something, we'll contact Travis County and have them check on them. We can't really go onto the property and check on them. That is private property, so we can't get too far. But if we see something noticeable from the street, we are checking. We go by there several times a day and check on them. But hopefully the pig will get relocated and that issue can go away as well. But a number of residents were concerned about it. Is it gone? Great, okay, good. Yeah, that was a hot issue for a little while.
Councilmember Rosengarten.
Recently, and I forget which night it was, say about 10 o'clock, the underpass at the intersection of 290 and Brody had 4 or 5 shopping carts just full of debris. Is that Sunset Valley or is that Austin?
That's Sunset Valley.
So right as you come off of 290 Service Road and you're turning into Brody, that's all Sunset Valley?
The Specs parking lot is Austin, but underneath that belongs to us. We enforce that. And we'll have a basket cleanup probably within the next 2 weeks. We'll let them settle because they're all over the place right now, but once they settle, we'll take a pickup and go pick up those baskets.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, Chief, I can see here in your notes that you plan to have a town hall to discuss speeding and traffic, and that will be in the Villas for August 26. Today is August 2nd. When do you plan to send the forms or cards? So in that way, you will have plenty people, because if no, nobody will show up. So we have to do that. So when do you plan to do that?
We'll send those out early next week. And yes, we're planning on having it the 26th. We'll try to have a public safety meeting, special public safety meeting that day as well. But we'll get the notices out next week to the residents of the villas.
Yeah, and if it's possible, in that paper, you can be a little specific. How do you plan, or what do you have? So because some of them, they have some ideas, but this is a topic that we have so many, well, only maybe 3 years discussing. So I think that we need to find something. Please.
Yes, sir. We'll put an agenda out and.
Thank you very much.
Other questions for Chief Carter or Public Safety? Thanks, Chief Carter. We'll move on to agenda number 4, which is council consideration of agenda items for approval on consent. If there's any items that we want to consider at this time. Councilmember Rosengarten?
I move to approve on consent agenda item number 5, council and work session of 7/19/22 with minor typo. Number 6, change of council meeting date and cancellation. Number 7, Arts Commission member resignation. Number 8, temporary special use permits for runners. Number 9, rehab of lift station, release for bids, review of finished resident. I don't know what that is. I'm going to do it again. Number 9, rehab of lift station, release for bids. Number 11, late fee policy for utility bills.
Council, the motion is to approve on consent item number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11. Does anybody want to pull anything from that?
I'd like to, I have a couple questions on 11.
Okay, so 11's pulled,
Number 9.
and number 9 is pulled. Anything else? Okay, so is there a second for approving on consent item number 5, 6, 7, and 8? Second from Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. All right, we approved on consent item number 5. Consider an act on approval of the minutes from July 19, 2022 regular meeting and work session with minor typos as submitted to the city secretary. Number 6, consider an act on moving the second regular city council meeting in September to September 27th and canceling the first regular city council meeting in October 4th. Number 7, consider accepting the resignation of Joe Houston as a regular member of the Arts Commission and appointing him as an alternate member. Item number 8, consider an act on approval of the temporary special use permit for the Austin Runners Club to hold their Daisy Dash 5K and 10K events on October 23rd, 2022. All right, Council, that takes us to agenda item number 9. Consider releasing the Stearns Lane Lift Station Rehabilitation Project for bids with the modifications recommended by staff and the Public Works Committee. We'll start with a presentation or overview of the project the bids RFQ, I guess, that we're releasing from staff, and then go to questions of council.
So yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. So the lift station project has come before you before. We received bids that were nearly double what we had anticipated the bids would be. So since that time, we've been able to kind of analyze the situation, look at what were the components of the project that were really high, and work with a local company on how we can make the project move forward. in a much more fiscally responsible manner. And so we looked at that, and there are components. The original plans called for a complete demolition of the entire electrical structure for the lift station. There are a good majority of the parts that are very well, they're good, they don't need to be replaced. We have a SCADA system already in there, we don't need to install a new SCADA system. So we worked with them, and they came up with a plan on how we can replace the electrical components that need to be replaced, put in new grinder pumps that will be much more improved than the plain solid pumps that we have now. And we will just need to then, and all of that can be done through a buy-board contract that we'll be able to use. The only part that will need to be bid out then is the civil work. So the actual installation of the pumps, the bypassing for the installation, the concrete washout pad, the area lighting, and the fence, gates, and signage, which is all part of compliance issues of the actual lift station being in compliance with TCEQ regulations. So that is what we're looking to do, is to do a separate bid for the civil work and not do a complete demolition of the electrical panel. We believe this option will be closer to what we had originally budgeted in the process, and that's where we are asking now, is to go ahead and release the civil work for bids.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to ask your question since you were the one requesting the suit pulled?
Well, these questions is some reflection and some analysis. At this moment, we have a company, some engineers, and with these engineers, we have a contract. With these engineers, at this moment, we start with this lift station since December 8, 2020. And we were previously on August 20, we went to that lift station, and I have the opportunity to go with the member Rosengarten and her husband, and we saw the lift station, how they were working. At this moment, the engineers, and they are our consulting people, they were doing in phases. So the first phase was engineering and design and looking with the TCQ permit. So in the process, we were looking to spend $212,000. But engineering was approx $70,000. We pay at this moment almost, if I remember, 60-something. At this moment, we pay for that lift station, engineer spent today $69,000 for engineering. The engineers, they send for bids, our engineers. And the bids, according with the engineers, they send a letter. And in that letter, they say that the bids will come double to the anticipated cost. They refer to the irregular inflation and the supply. So irregular inflation and current supply and the erratic market conditions. So they recommend to reject the bids and wait for more stable conditions. Okay, so at this moment, excellent, the staff, they try to produce one solution. And the staff, they analyze, they were looking the components, they were looking local vendors, and they try to be fiscal responsible. But this is the staff. We hired some consultants. We pay $69,000. So now the staff, they found that They don't need to replace all the electrical. The staff found that the SCADA is in working conditions. No, the staff say, we will replace the pumps. We will do all of that with other vendors. And only we need to bid for civil work, fence, and other things. So what is the responsibility with the engineers that we have, and we have a contract? Now, we are moving, and according with the new SCADA that is here, and the new pumps, do they need a new permit from TCQ? Because TCQ, they approved something that they were doing with the first engineers. And now, there are some modifications. Do they need approval from TCQ? And if that will be the approval, who will be the responsible of the civil and the project? So it will be another engineers. So I can see that it's nice the feeling of our employees that they try to fix something. But at this moment, I want to see more accountability. Because in that accountability, well, our engineer, that is our consulting, they didn't have other alternatives. They couldn't produce other kind of things. And that is important, because we have other 5 projects with them. So we will start bidding, and we will start with some problems. So at this moment, it will be so easy to say, do it. But no, because we don't have what will be at this moment the legal responsibility with these engineers. Then they have the contract. And now we are looking these other alternatives. Perhaps we have the freedom, but later we have also some responsibilities with the state. Then they will do the permit. And I don't see that here. So I don't want to run and later in 1 month or 6 weeks, it doesn't work. And we purchase the pumps. These companies that they are looking, the staff, they are excellent companies. They are very, very good companies. But I am looking the other parts of the process. And that is important. And members of the council, I want that you will see that, because we have at this moment pending Lone Oak, Sunset Trail, Jones Road, and Sunset Trail drainage. So, and all of them, we pay engineering. So what happens when we will go to bids, and again, they will be double or triple. So now they start working. So they will give it to us a little more money, more cost for construction, and try to do the project together. I think that we need to study more that. All of that was part of the CIP. And we are almost to the end of the month, this fiscal year. And we don't have almost nothing. So this is why I would like that they will be sure that legally we don't have any problem with the people that they have the contract. This is one. The second, why they don't continue with all of these and they are responsible with TCQ as part of the $69,000 that until now we pay to them. So, and again, it's excellent that the staff is looking for that. I appreciate that, and it's good for the citizens, it's good for us. But this is not the point. We hire professionals, and these professionals, they need to give it to us some feedback. I think that they can do it. Only we need to request that. So that is my question and my reflection about that. Yes.
So, just so that I'm clear, your question is, if we go down this path to ensure that the TCEQ permit is not compromised? Or are we?
Sometimes, when you have a project, you apply with TCQ. So you provide to them, the same time you are doing the site plan, you give it to them the site plan. And they approve that. But at this moment, they change. And they change because they say, well, it will be not necessary to all the electrical control, all no the SCADA. Now we will do this, we will do that. So after you change, I don't know if we will have some complications of that. And if that is the case, who needs to request that to TCQ? That is part of my questions.
So let me address some of that right there. So we have not worked on this just by ourselves as staff. We have worked with the engineers on that and gone over the project with them. We sent the proposal to them, let their electrical engineer review it, and they believe that it will meet the needs that we are presenting to them. So it has been reviewed. We talked to Gary about the project as well, and he's putting together all the documents for the civil work on this to do. So it hasn't been done in a vacuum. They didn't just walk off the project or something like that. It is still they're still part of the process. The pumps are similar pumps. It's going to be the same kind of thing. So I do not believe that there would be any kind of complications that we are going to face with TCEQ, because Gary is going to have to be the one kind of looking at this and signing off on it at the end with TCEQ. So I believe that should not be an issue that we're going to be facing.
Well, it's not clear in your paper that you have here. They never refer.
It says up at the, it does say that the electrical engineer has reviewed the pumps and proposals. I did not say that. I guess I did not put in there that that Freeland Turk was still putting together the civil work package and working on that.
Yeah. I recommend that the engineers, with the engineers only you have the letter, one letter, that's all. And in that letter, they mentioned to rebid, make another bids, or wait. That was the recommendation. The letter from the engineers, May 12th, to Caroline, to you, they say that. They don't say nothing about all of this. So we don't have, the papers that I have is that.
Correct. Yeah, we don't have a separate letter. We've just been talking verbally with them. I mean, I have some emails that say, yes, this should work. That sounds good, but I did not include all of that in the backup material.
Yeah, my problem is, if at this moment we are in $69,000 and they will do extra job, that will cost. So we need to be prepared. Then at this moment, all of this will be no free. We have to spend a little more money. This is what I try to see.
So to address that, before any more money is spent on the project beyond the allocated budget, an amendment has to come before you. The engineers know they've got to stay within that budget. That's the first thing. The second thing is all the proposals and all the work order changes and the review of the project went through staff review, and it also went through Public Works Committee review. It is a little bit of a change, not a little bit, it is a major change because we just didn't anticipate the costs to be as astronomical as they were. So it does require us to take a step back and review some of these and figure out a way that we can still do what's necessary within a certain dollar amount. So it hasn't happened in a vacuum. And then to say that nothing has happened in the CIP, all of those projects are already engineered and getting ready for bidding for construction. So it has progressed. The projects were not done in a year. No, they weren't completed in a year. And I don't believe we had maybe that expectation to be completed in a year. But it is a back and forth with staff. And I think after this one, we've learned the hard way that we have to ask maybe some different questions. And sometimes cheapest isn't always the best, but we should ask that question, is this the cheapest way we can get something done without sacrificing the requirement for a permit or without sacrificing, quality or safety or anything like that.
Yes. Sylvia, we allocate $77,000, and we spend at this moment $69,000. So it's only $7,500. The rest is not too much. And they need to go with construction and a lot of things for engineering. So that line will go high. My suggestion is when we prepare these papers, I think that it's important to have a little more information. It's very common sometimes that we are lucky this city that we have committees. And the committees, they are doing one review. But the committees, they are not working here. That people is voluntary, and they came every month. And they are doing an excellent job. It's our responsibility as staff to be clear. We are professionals, and we have salaries as professionals, and this is the way that, in my opinion, we need to have that. Why? Because it's the same with city council. Sometimes we don't have a lot of time to look these things, and we try to be pragmatics, and we have to sometimes accept a lot of things. So I accept the good faith that they try to do the job. Then I would like to be more we need to be more precise, and we need to be in that way. Obviously, at this moment, we need to spend more money. All of that is true. But at this moment, we have to be clear. And we have to be sure, not by telephone, nothing is working by a contract or paper. So this is my recommendations that I am giving to you as administrator. Then the people that is working under your umbrella, they follow that. So with this, I think that we need to have the support of the engineers and the estimation of the engineers and the approval from TCQ, because at this moment we have the approval, but we don't know if with this kind of modification we will have the approval. So if we have all of that, why not? This is logical, we need to go in that way. I don't oppose, but we need to have that. That was my
would
point.
would you like to table the item to the next council meeting to give staff the opportunity to put that in the backup?
Well, as our council members, so they have opinions, but I respect also their opinions, but my suggestion is not difficult if we have something in writing from the engineers. And if we will table, maybe next session,
I don't think there's, in my mind, my recommendation would be if you have questions and we want to, answer those questions, we can wait until the next council session. I don't see a problem with that. Councilmember Rosengarten, you had your hand raised.
Rather than table this, I would rather approve going out for an RFP or RFQ. Which one are we doing? P?
No, this is expenditures.
I'm just going to say, release the Stearns Lane Lift Station Rehab Project for bids, because while it's going out for bids, you can bring that back up information with you have to bring it back anyway. So when you bring it back, you can bring it back with the bids. That's a compromise, in my opinion.
I'm sorry, they don't have bids. At this moment, they are requesting in specific expenditures. So at this moment, they are in a specific, they will purchase a lot of things. The staff is not one company, it's the staff. So it's no bids.
We would not be purchasing anything until we had the bids and everything in place. It would all come back to council as one project for approval.
Where did it say the bids?
Councilmember Carmona. Cortines, okay, Cortines. Consider releasing the Stearns Lane Lift Station Rehab Project for bids with the modification recommended by staff and the Public Works Committee, agenda item number 9. So they're going out for bids. So this is going to be coming back. It's in the description right at the very top, right after subject, description right there. going out for bids. So it's coming back anyway, so they can bring the additional stuff that you're asking for back with it.
Yeah, but they need to include the approval of the engineers, and if they approve that TCQ,
Fine.
it's not only the bids.
Yeah, they can all come back at the same time.
Yeah, but they need to write that. We need to have a document
Yes,
that they say that the engineers that we have at this moment, they approve this, and cost will be from them this.
yes,
Yeah,
again,
and in that way, I don't have any problem.
okay. All that can come back at the same time the bids come back.
So would you be comfortable with a motion if that included that?
Yeah, if they include that, yeah, no problem.
Rudy?
Okay. I move that we consider releasing the Stearns Lane Lift Station Rehab Project for bids with the modifications recommended by staff and the Public Works Committee, and that,
And the engineers, they have to be responsible for the construction and operation of the project, and the TCQ approved that. And the cost of engineering to do the extra job.
Staff okay with that? Okay. So the motion is to release the Stearns Lane Lift Station Rehabilitation Project for bids with the modifications recommended by staff and the Public Works Committee, along with a letter from the engineers accepting responsibility for the project with a cost for the engineers, but also approval or approval from the TCQ. That's a motion. Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Councilor Reese, second. That'll open up for discussion. We do have one member of the public that wishes to speak to this item. Any other questions for council or discussion from council before going to the public? Okay, we'll open up for public comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Melissa Gonzalez, 26 Reese, also on the Public Works Committee, and formerly on council. And when I was on council, and Daniel, who ran a water utility, who was overseeing it, this is pretty much what he brought to at least me at that time, and said all these things. And so we've kind of come, from my point of view, full circle to what the original recommendation for the fix was. And he was like at 30, 35K for this way back when. And he said the electrical was in good shape. So I have a fair amount of confidence in what Carolyn is saying, provided we didn't open up Pandora's box in the process of this overly long TCEQ exploration that I don't have total confidence in my own self. But sometimes you open up Pandora's box and then you kind of move to a new place. And I think that that's a point that Mayor Pro Tem Carmona has brought up that's worth exploring, and why, if I was there, I would want to make sure that we hadn't done that and we didn't have the paperwork to back that up. But I don't think it's also just $79,000. I do have concerns about the massive amounts of engineering spending that we've been doing, and the engineering oversight. Our engineers are essentially two guys. One sells, one does the work, and that's how they explained it to us in Public Works. That causes me concern, because we went to having a lot of specialized engineers who focused on certain aspects, and we don't seem to have that resource now. We have a more one-size-fits-all kind of solution, which has become very expensive to us. So sitting up there, that's a thing I think we need to pay attention to keep an eye on our engineering costs, because we're paying more for less, and we're paying it for it at a very high market in general, right, which everybody's in. We're not unique in that. But what we destroyed was a lot of our connections, right, because those guys had connections. And so I imagine that's why we had actually more bids then too, because those people were more connected than our current people are. Which is why when you're a small business, you really pay attention to those kinds of things. And we're a lot like a small business. All those relationships, they're what make our life cheaper. And so we really do have to go back to cultivating those. But we also have to watch our current engineering, because we've lost a lot of the expertise in specific areas, and we get a lot more one-size-fits-all. And I think that's a thing that we need to pay attention to in our deliberations, and if this is serving us, because we tossed out, not only did we have these guys 79, but we had a whole nother project that just went out the window, and they didn't review that and say we could keep this much. It just went out the window. So we're probably floating 90,000 or something or more. I don't know how much money we spent because that's not in this queue. We're not being told how much that was aggregate. So it's a whole lot of money in engineering that's already gone to this project, and now there's going to be more money in engineering going to this project as we do a third iteration. And so those are the kinds of things I think we need to pay attention to, the cumulative engineering that we're doing, and still, in some ways, spinning our wheels back to where we started. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak to this item? Council, any further discussion on the item before we take a vote on the motion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed say nay. Okay, the motion passes. Thank you, staff, for your continued work on this, and looking forward to receiving the bids with pricing, hopefully more achievable for us. That'll take us to agenda item number 10, which is consider an act on releasing a request for qualifications for professional services to provide revisions to the Land Development Code and a review of the comprehensive plan revisions. And so with this one, we'll start with a staff overview.
So, Mayor and Council, this was a request by the council at the last meeting to deny the bids for the Land Development Code review and then come back with something that had some of the comprehensive plan revisions or review connected to it. And so that's what this item is. It is an RFQ seeking a statement of qualifications to do both of those things. As I read the open town hall comments and I listened to some of the comments among the committees, I would like to propose a middle of the road solution. And that is that instead of going out for the Land Development Code outside of us and have somebody else do it, I would, in essence, say let's hire instead a facilitator who is well-versed in this, but it keeps it in-house and it keeps it with the ability for us to still make some adjustments. Melissa Gonzalez made a valid point at the last council meeting that you are going to hire a firm who does bring a template in, right? And they do try to pigeonhole us, and it does take an inordinate amount of staff time to do that. I've gone through 4 cities, 4 revisions. It takes a lot of staff time to do it. The other side to that is, as we go through our comprehensive plan, there's a lot of pieces that do not match the Land Development Code, do not match at all. We have some statements within the comp plan, for example, about aesthetics and walkability. All of that is form-based zoning. Our code is not a form-based code right now, so it is really going to be sort of starting from the ground up. I would propose that we hire a facilitator, go out for RFQ for a facilitator that would allow us to, 1, review the comp plan, and 2, bring the Land Development Code in-house so that we go through it. I would propose that each council member select 2 members to put an ad hoc committee together that would help staff and I go through that. There's a good portion of the community that doesn't trust me. They think I'm a developer. There's a good portion of the community that doesn't trust Carolyn because I think she's too environmentally, super conscious. There is a middle of the road. I think we both have the city's best interest, and I think with the facilitator working through all of that, you can bring our best strengths in and then also still appease the community who says you're going to outsource it.
Councilmember Rosengarten.
I'm confused because when I'm reading the town hall notes, they say don't take the comprehensive plan to a third party. Most of them don't say don't take the Land Development Code. In fact, one of them even says it's too much for us. Please take it to the third party. And I understand taking it to the third party, but we work so hard on the comprehensive plan, don't take it to a third party. So I just want to clarify, because I'm the person who made the motion. The motion wasn't to take the comprehensive plan and throw it in the garbage. It was simply to have someone who deals with looking at comprehensive plans all the time to tell us if we did a good job. And if we did, now we can go forward with the Land Development Code because the two mingle. You have to use a comprehensive plan in order to revise the Land Development Code. So if you have someone who deals with this on a regular basis, since we as residents don't, and we don't see other city comprehensive plans, it's just a good idea to have someone look over it. Just like when you write a report, you have a third party look over it and say, did I miss anything? Is there a detail I could have added in here, or is there too much repetition in different ways? That's all it is. It's nothing, like I said, it's nothing to say that the P&E committee didn't do an excellent job. It's simply have another set of eyes look at it. Is everything good? Is this what is something we can then strive forward with our land development code? Thank you.
I think the fear comes in if that third party says, no, you didn't do a good job, or no, it doesn't match, or no, we haven't talked about infrastructure, or we haven't talked about some of those other items that are typical of a comprehensive plan. I think that's the fear. If that answer is no, then what is the council's response to that? And I think the fear is that it will go to a third party to go and make any quote-unquote corrections to what was created.
Well, we could have the third party look at it and bring it back to P&E. And we can also, if a third party says, no, you didn't do a good job, here is what you lacked. In other words, do we have a template that says, here's the checkpoints in a comprehensive plan? You should cover this, you should cover that, you should cover that. I don't know any checkpoints. I don't know any template that says these are the things that should be covered in a comprehensive plan. So if we at least had that to work with when we review it the next time, we know what to look for. You should address these issues, you know.
Councilor Johnson.
I don't mind the thinking out of the box, but is the comprehensive plan in other cities kind of have a third party that comes in and looks at it?
Sometimes they're written entirely by third parties.
Okay. I'm also wondering, like, I think we need a plan before we have the responses from this third party. One second. Yeah. Yeah. So before we have the responses from this third party, and then we all kind of look at each other and say, what do we do with this? I think we need to decide how to decipher what they could come back and say. All I could think about with this third party was the potential to have like a bad guidance counselor who's just like, oh man, electrical engineering is hard. Why don't you go for computer science? And it's like, but I want to be an electrical engineer. It's like, well, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just like, we want to fly, and we get that it's maybe not all going to be maybe achievable, but that's what we're aiming for. Unless I misunderstand what that document is about. But that just feels what it's more like. So the guidance counselor aside, I just feel like we need to agree like what we do with this information, because I also don't want to be presented with feedback, and then if there's something that me or people are telling me in the neighborhood that they like, and then it's like, but the third party said it's gonna be hard, and all of a sudden like I'm beaten with something that I was against in the first place. You know what I mean? Like I saw the vote. I saw the vote last time. I was the only person against it, so it's just like, it feels like it could happen, but it's just like, I don't want us to just, I want us to go into it and just say like, this is still ours. And it's just like, oh, that's a good point, we'll weigh it, but how we actually apply what they tell us. Land development code, I don't know, that seems very like mechanical. Like they're gonna say like, no, you should do this that way. Usually, right? No?
So the thing that makes Sunset Valley's process a little bit more difficult is there are major components that you acknowledge in your comprehensive plan, but that we don't have. So for example, we say we want to be a walkable and bikeable city, but yet we don't have a cohesive transportation plan. So we have a checkbox, but I don't have a way to get there yet, because that's a separate process. It requires a separate public input process, right? We say we want to look a certain way. That requires a different way to zone than how we do today. So that's also a checkbox on, man, we got to go through that process with zoning commission. So that's my point, and I'm just going to bring up the, I recall reading in one of the sections about we want to have open spaces, and we want to have, which is in conflict with what we say in the land development code. In the land development code, we talk about impervious cover, we talk about those things. We talk about compatibility buffers, but we don't talk about it as a percentage of the lot to create that feeling of space, to create that ability for trees, to create that ability. So you say one thing here, but it's completely different over here in its execution. So we aren't even a marriage of convenience yet, because we're still living in completely different zip codes. And so I just want to, my point's about a facilitator is going, okay, we're talking about open space and trees in the comprehensive plan. The land development code touches it here, 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 and here. How do we marry those two things? Do we agree that that's how we want to marry them? Okay. The land development, the comprehensive plan talks about parking and heat and those kinds of things. The code says it here, 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 and here. Is that how we want to marry them? And if not, what are the differences to that? That's what I mean by facilitation.
Well, and so the mechanical side is that I was thinking was more like land development code is like, all right, this is what you said you want. This is how we're going to get it done, maybe. So, and I don't know if it's in the comprehensive plan, then I know, again, like I'm open to it, but like I'm just a little worried about like being beaten with the findings. All right.
Councilman Reeds.
So one is, I think doing the actual land development code is probably best left to the experts. The issue that I probably have is with the comprehensive plan. And in my very limited research, a comprehensive plan is you're supposed to be looking out 10 years. And you should look at every geographical area in your city. And this comprehensive plan has some great ideas, some great thoughts in there, but it doesn't, there's very little on our commercial district. There is nothing about revitalizing our commercial district, what will happen with that, and that if there's one thing we want to get ahead of, that's one thing we want to get ahead of. It doesn't really talk about our demographics, age. Are we trending older? Are we trending younger? And what does that mean? It doesn't address traffic, Brody Lane. I mean, Brody Lane is one of the busiest streets we have. It's not even mentioned. And what else did I? And this is just a brief going through. Talks about Atlas 14. I'm not sure we've really researched that completely. Talks about dark sky. Again, we had a meeting last 2 weeks ago, and we found, I found some research that maybe that's not the best interest in our city with our commercial. It talks about walkability, but yet we want no sidewalks, and so I'm not sure what that means. And it talks about a regional transportation connections. I'm not sure we really want that, or do we want that, or what do we want? So there's a lot of conflicting statements in what we have. And sometimes I admit I resemble the person who pushes back sometimes. And it's not always well received. And this is a committee that's been working on it for a year. They are married to it. They even a slight modification that I mentioned at another meeting, it was, whoa, there's some, and I don't want to make them defensive, and I don't want to attack their plan or in any way, and I don't want to criticize their work, because I think it's a very good product. It's just from a point of view that's a point of view, and it's one point of view versus other points of views. Other committees are going to have different points of view. CED will have a much different point of view. And so we have to somehow incorporate all those points of views in there without people getting defensive. And we also need to do some research on some of the suggestions in that plan. I'm not sure we want to sign up for some of those things. I don't think as a council member I can say that that's what we want to do, because I don't think that would be in the best interest of our city. So I don't know if it's a professional facilitator to come in and work through those issues. I feel it's very awkward for a council to sit there and say, what I just said without, you know, it's like, I can see people, and so it's difficult, and we tend to not want to criticize our committee work. We have wonderful volunteers, but they are volunteers. They only spend a couple of hours a month. We have staff to do the research, and this should be well researched before it goes down into a bullet point of what we want to do. We should know we want to do that or not. So I don't know the best answer. If it's a professional facilitator to come in to work through the pieces of the comprehensive plan and also talk about what's missing from it, because I think there are some big areas that are missing. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think that sometimes some topics, they are not easy. And it's very difficult sometimes because everybody is different. And when you have groups, committees, they have sometimes similar ideas, or sometimes some ideas, they disappear for the majority. But this is a group, and you have other groups. Sometimes you have to have some leader that will set the rules. And that leader will say, I want to see this in this way. Pow, pow, pow. I understand, what do you think? As a group, you will present. And at this moment, we will be in the phase of analysis. Each group, they need to analyze. And that is true. Everybody has different view. Business, marketing, people from the streets. But at this moment, not necessarily we have that feedback. And that is the problem. So the other day I was looking and we have some agenda in which you have dates when the committees, they will have their opinions, all the committees. At this moment, we don't need to go and try to say, this committee, the baby of this committee. No, each committee can create their babies. And later we can have together, and how we can do that? With the macro idea. Because perhaps these persons in this committee, they didn't have that part. But you need to have all of them. So my problem is, sometimes I don't see that line. I can see some people that is pushing in one side, another pushing in other, and we don't go to some decisions. So months ago we say, why not the committees, they have this for this time? Well, the committees, they met only one time per month. Well, this is one special topic. So this committee, ex-committee, they need to have their opinions, and that is their opinions. And this other committee, so in that way, you will have the date when you have all of that committees, and you put together all of them. And after that, the same people, needs to be the people. This town, historical, and I criticize a lot, they were moving the people. And good or bad, it's a city. And good or bad, they have $28 million as a cash. So that's incredible. And you have one organization. So they have something. And that natural knowledge, perhaps not as professional to this level, but they were moving. They were moving. So my suggestion again, then I say that 2 months ago, we need to have a specific dates, and that is the finish for the committees. And if that later need to go to zoning, with all respect, you need to have that for this date. And when we have all of that, perhaps at that time, less people, they can sit down and try to form in the best way that comprehensive plan. And maybe it's not one time, it's 2 times, 3 times, and later we will have the comprehensive plan. It was thinking that was maybe January of 23. Well, if that will be January of 23, that will be. But no more people in one side, we will send that for bids. No, we will have that because now we don't have a specific plan, and we need to set that. Is my proposal, and I say that before. I don't believe at this moment that we need to go with professionals or outside. We need to have that, and after you will see a lot of that kind of things, and the people will be more happy. And perhaps some of them, in the way that they wanted, but that means a lot. And I would like that in each committee they have a baby, as they have in that analogy that say baby. Each committee, public works, they are agreeing with the streets, they are agreeing with some of that kind of things. Well, we need their opinion, and from each of them. Why? Because the scale sometimes is not moving as supposed to be, is perhaps in one side, and that is true. So we need to balance. So I hope that we will have a leader that will say, this is the dates, we need this from the committees, we need this from the zoning, and after that, perhaps we'll have 1, 2, 3 meetings, and after that, we will present that. This is how I can see that. But if no, we will continue, and at this moment, the staff is in the same way. The leader of the staff, she had experience with this, and sometimes she has frustration. But she's working in another environment, total different than she was doing. And not necessarily in this place, they will follow in the same way than that standards than in some other places they have. A town with less than 500 people, a town with 248 houses, this is very different. And we are doing government, and we are doing policies with less than 650 people. So it's difficult. It's difficult, and I think that we are doing a lot, but perhaps this will be more simple. So, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I think that in that way will be with more balance. And I hope that you will listen. Thank you.
So, Council, just as a reminder, in terms of the timeline, when we talked about this 2 months ago, or even before this point, the reason we went out for bids originally was because we were anticipating a much faster schedule as far as getting to the point where we could actually work with a firm on the land development code revisions. We adopted a revised timeline for the comprehensive plan review to bring it back with a target of January 2023 after going through the steps of committees, the joint session, the zoning and legal, and then bringing that revised, the final product, keeping it in-house essentially with work with staff and legal to bring it back in January 2023. There are some preliminaries that we anticipated doing. So, as far as, having our final mission and vision statements, we were hoping to have that done by July, whereas now it looks like we're going to be August before we can schedule our retreat, but we actually have, some of this is, our confusion is lessened now that we have some clarity in terms of the council makeup and where we're at. So I'm hoping that that gets rescheduled based on everybody's availability that Whispers has given to me. So these haven't been presented to committees in terms of July, the original timeframe we're on right now, correct? Like, did we actually go to committees for the comprehensive plan in July and start presenting to those committees?
The committees have been discussing them at their, even as far back as last month's meeting.
So it's possible, even without the vision statement, we can continue with committee presentations. The target was July 2022, joint committee meeting to review committee comments happening in August and September 2022. It's August 2nd, so we're obviously in that time frame right now. Can we still be on track for that, or do we need to still have more work before we can have a joint session?
I think we can be on track for the.
So
for the time.
I say that mostly because we have a timeline. If we're not too far off of it, there's some work that needs to be done, I think, from the council's point of view on our vision statement and mission statement that we want to make sure we finalize. However, if we keep to our timeline, we can do this by January. If we go down the route of doing an RFP and bringing in a firm, they wouldn't even begin work on this until October, giving them essentially a very limited window to do anything with the comprehensive plan. We are, regardless of that, in my opinion, still going to need a firm to help us with the land development code. We denied it because we weren't ready to start work on the land development code. We're going to have to reissue something at some point, whether it includes comprehensive plan and the land development code, or just land development code, by itself, when we're ready to work on the land development code portion. I think that my sense is that we still need to go down that path to have a firm assist us with that process and reissue the RFP, but it's going to be timed with when we think we're going to be starting on that process. And so, keeping in the context of all this, we do have a timeline. I think if we can push to adhere to this timeline, the decision point really is, do we want an outside firm to come in during the latter part of that timeline to assist with that comprehensive plan that gets presented in January? Or do we feel comfortable keeping that in-house and then reissuing the RFP for the land development code only later this year, when we anticipate being able to start the land development code revisions in early next year, right? Really kicking off that work. So that's the question that, the reason we haven't got to this point is because of the timing of this, and the suggestion that we, maybe take advantage of the timing to say, well, we're in this interregnum of, contemplation of the comprehensive plan, that is there some benefit of bringing an outside firm? Even if we did that, if we're keeping our original timeline or a revised timeline, it would really only be late October, November, and December before, we're presenting something in January anyway. Given that, I know we have a lot of public interest in this and a lot of public comments. I want to make sure we hear from them, and also, council, I want to make sure you guys have an opportunity to present your own thoughts on this as well. So let's go for a few more questions or a few more comments from council, and then we'll open up for public comments and still return to council. But Councilmember Johnson and Councilmember Reitz.
So now it's my turn to be confused. That's actually my natural state, but what you said, sorry, what Sylvia said in the beginning here, is that captured here? Because I do like that, but I don't know if we can.
No, and it's part of that conversation stems from even just conversation with the CED committee, even conversation with the other committees on, here's a comprehensive plan, please review it and see if you have any questions or comments. That's hard for them to swallow, not even knowing what the ramification of a sentence or a statement is in there. So I think there's some homework on our part to help them along, but if staff does that, it feels like we are pushing it to go a certain way or pushing it to go a different way. And that's why the term, facilitator, somebody that is a neutral middle of the road who isn't going to push it one way or another, but rather say, you do have conflicting information here and here, or you do have some information that's missing that's maybe here and not here.
Would that require like a completely different agenda item? Because you said firm, you said facilitator. It seems like a facilitator is probably one person. Yeah.
My recommendation isn't captured here.
Yeah, okay. And so I like something that's not on here, and I don't like something that is on here. So that's kind of like where my brain's at on this thing.
And my recommendation truly doesn't need to happen this instant. It can happen on the 23rd or in the January timeframe when all of the comments are in, right? And we begin to sort and we go, okay, here's what the committees have said, here's what the community has said, here's where it flushed out. There's still some gaping holes, or there are still some things that still need to be addressed, without it feeling like we as staff are pushing it in one particular direction or another.
Well, and I especially like the inertia is maybe the bad word if you only see issues with our current land development code, but like having one person that is not going to just like run us through their like, here it is, fill out this LDC, this is what we're gonna do. And it, again, like you said, like pigeonholing, it's just like, no, this is what we have. We're just trying to clean this up. Does all the cities that you work for, does this person, do people do this? Or is this just like, you had an idea and you're like, that would be really cool, we should go find somebody that does this?
No, you have firms national firms who write it completely and tell you, here you go. You have smaller firms, smaller boutique firms who do a combination of facilitation and writing, and then you have single individuals who come in and just do an assessment of your code, which is what I did for Odessa. Structurally, here you go. What you want to do doesn't line up. You have a problem with drainage, your code says you put concrete in the bottom of ditches, probably why you have a problem with drainage. So, it runs the gamut. I think what I've heard from the community and what I'm hearing from staff and just sort of the pitter patter out there is it's going to sway one way really hard or it's going to sway the other way really hard. And I don't think that has to be the case. I think there is a good meet in the middle, and I think there are some very valid questions to some of the information that's raised in there, both good and bad.
Okay, thank you.
That's all right.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm not so hung up on the timeline. I'd just rather get it right, and everybody feels good about it. So that's it.
That's where Rosenberg.
I just wanted to make a few statements. First off, when I mentioned about reviewing the comprehensive plan with the third party, staff with the P&E committee was elated because she has enough on her plate, and she was elated that a third party would look at it and see where we're at. Then referring to some of the comments in the town hall, one comment was, I asked that we choose to preserve our land rather than develop it. Which land are we talking about? If you're talking about somebody's personal property, it's already developed, and if they are selling it, they have the right to sell it. And if the next person who buys it wants to put a bigger house on it or develop it in a different way, like 6405 Brody, they have the right to do this. But we need a land development code that isn't so confusing that staff can't figure out how to get them from point A to point B because there's so many curves in the land development code. Another statement made was council shouldn't be making a decision on how to, let me see, that one I didn't, let's see. Council should not make a decision, I'm still looking for it, give me a moment. Oh, here it is. It is not the city council's job to convince its citizens that the current development code should be changed. We didn't start this. We didn't start this. It came from staff who is frustrated with our land development code and says it is so hard to work with someone who is developing a piece of property because our land development code has mention of 5 different things in 5 different places in the land development code, and they aren't coherent. And so we're trying to simplify the land development code so that everybody can understand it. And so when someone comes before us with a development issue, we can go check mark, check mark, check mark, check mark, next, and it's easy and simpler. We even had it in the past where a resident said, I am so glad I'm developing in Austin versus in Sunset Valley because it is so hard to deal with the land development code here. And we know how hard Austin land development code is. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, and then we'll open it up for the public comments.
Yep. I will be brief. I think that we were talking a lot, but in this case, I don't believe that we need to spend money and try to run. I believe in 3 months, we'll have a new council member. In 3 months. So why at this moment, we are looking that we need to put $50,000 here, and we need to do this and that? No. That schedule, comprehensive plan, and after we will finish the comprehensive plan, start looking in the land development code. And if we need to put, no 50, if we believe that will be more, or perhaps no. So don't run. Remember, in 3 months, will be new faces in this table. And that means that I think that we are obligated with the public. We have the reason, we believe, and sometimes we don't follow sometimes some standards or norms. You have autonomy. But in this case, I think that we need to finish that process, and after that, go to the next. So that was that I tried to say.
Right, at this time, we'll open up for members of the public that wish to speak to this item.
Hello, Barbara Wilson, 33 Pillow Road. This will be the 4th master plan I've been through and comprehensive plan in the city of Sunset Valley. So I just want to point out a couple of things. I think the staff's suggestion for a facilitator, believe me, as council members, you want that, because you talk about bringing out, like what Ms. Wanda was pointing out, people who are vehemently opposed or vehemently for. You need someone that's the bullet catcher. You also need to take the staff out of the bullet range, okay, because they instantly become a target. Nothing they can do is right. So the facilitator is the one that works between you, staff, and the public. And believe me, having this will be the 4th one, people will fill this place up, as Rudy probably remembers on the last one, with their comments and their vehement, desires. Because what is one person's art is another person's garbage. The disconnect between the comprehensive plan has come up every time. And every time we have failed to address it. We knew that it didn't match our land development code. We knew that there were radical contradictions. And what we ended up doing all 3 times in the past is we made the comprehensive plan a feel-good thing. I want walkability. I live on Pillow Road. Pillow Road on one side has barely enough for the drainage. On the other side, my side, there's 30 feet. I was the only one on Pillow Road that said, sure, you can put a sidewalk there to make it walkable. And all hell broke loose. Now my neighbors, 2 houses down on both sides, have planted yucca plants right at the roadway easement so that nobody can park. Now, of course, everyone is parking in front of my house. I don't care. But that's the kind of issues that you're going to run into. Walkability is a great idea. I want it. I think pretty much everybody wants it, but we need to take it to the next step, which is, okay, we're going to change the land development code, and this roadway easement belongs to all of the citizens, not part of your front yard. And we're going to put, a sidewalk or a gravel path, if that's what people really want, okay? So the facilitator idea that staff has proposed, with the right qualifications, like Rudy has said, that's done this for other cities, but doesn't walk in, because we hired consultants 2 times. And they walked in, just like Rob said, and they went, well, this is how the city of Manor did it, this is, and of course, unfortunately, they picked two cities that everyone here in Sunset Valley at that time hated, so it was a total waste of money and it went down in flames. Take that next step, which we haven't done the last 3 times in the past, is we need to make the land development code match up with the comprehensive plan. And it's got to be realistic, okay? If people don't want sidewalks, then we need to take out some of that walkability and maybe enhance trails and parks, that type of thing. But we need to take that next step. We've always postponed and didn't do the next step with the land development code. Thank you.
Thank you.
Melissa Gonzalez, 26 Reese. I'm glad to hear that Councilmember Reitz is not in a hurry. I think that's wise. I think that I think that one of the things that defines grown-ups is the ability to live in paradox. And I think that's a really important point. I think it also makes for a successful city, especially a city that has different opinions. And so I think that if we will follow this out and we let the city come up with perhaps a paradoxical product, when the rubber hits the road, which is the LDC, you can amend the comprehensive code without blood in the streets, right? So you can just say, okay, this is our vision, right? And it's not gonna be perfect. None of us are. None of our products are. And so you just live with, it isn't a perfect product, but it's what we look like. And then you will see what we look like. And I wasn't sure when we started this process what we would look at because we've had a lot of turnover, and I really want it to look like us. Whatever it is, we should see what that looks like. So, and there are not gonna be a lot of people who are gonna wanna dig into it as much because even when you take the CED, it takes so much background to figure out what all these words are. But at some point, if we just let it be a little juicy and a little messy, then we're gonna get the flavor of what our city looks like at this moment in time. It won't be what it looks like in 10 years, but it is what it is, and this is where we need to come from, in my opinion. So let's just get there, right? And then we can amend this. If it comes out to the LDC part, when we're making it try to look like that, we go, well, this doesn't fit. We can amend that. It is not, the current code has been amended, and the comprehensive plan has been amended. If we need to amend it, we can, because, it'll all become obvious, when that happens. So I think mutual trust of the agreed upon process without all these little jabs, because a lot of people were pretty hostile when they found this thing was happening today. It felt, we haven't even finished yet. People haven't had all their says. They may bring up a lot of the points that Councilmember Reitz brought up. It hasn't finished, and then we can flag it, and then we can do something about it. But let's just let it be what it is, and then we can critique it. We can say, what do we have to do here? And then even if we didn't do that and we just said, okay, let's accept it. This is what our baby looks like. It's a little misshapen. But when we try to implement it, obvious problems are going to show up, and then we can fix it. So that's what I really recommend that we do. I am a little concerned about this rush, especially at this stage of the game when we're now missing a council member. We may have 3 entirely new council members. I mean, you have a potential for a new mayor and 3 council members come November. Totally different than the way we are today. So when you're telling me that you're going to put in a new vision statement and a new mission statement at this stage of the game, when you could have so much change in 2 months, it gives me pause. It gives me deep pause. So I just say that. Why are we rushing now? To what end? And so this is just possible. And to do this in essentially August is folly, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Burton Pearson, 39 Pillow Road. I wanted to say this. Sunset Valley is completely unique, beautifully unique. We have signs that say it's good to be here, and the reason it is because we have done so much work to keep it unique. I'm against any outside influence whatsoever in this process. It's messy, it's difficult. I haven't heard a single problem brought up tonight by anyone that can't be ironed out and solved by people here in Sunset Valley, their representatives. We've got a land development code that's been developed by the representatives of the people. It's represented theoretically what the people want in this community. We're hammering out what we want for our future, and we're the ones who have to do it, no matter how hard it is or how messy it is. Any expert that comes in, they'll be an expert at city planning, but they won't be an expert at city Sunset Valley planning. They won't be an expert at keeping us unique. They won't be an expert at having us live really in one of the absolute best places to live in the whole United States. We're completely diverse, which makes it very difficult to deal with, which I understand. But we don't need anybody on the outside grading our plan or in any way hampering the will of the people of Sunset Valley to make their plan. And if their plan is goofy, if it doesn't have sidewalks, that's their business. That's the people's business. If they want their plan to be this way, that's their business. We don't need a teacher to come in and grade us on that plan, or like he said, guidance counselor who might not really, nobody that comes in from the outside is going to be a stakeholder, nor are they going to be an expert in what we want for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak? So, Council, we have a few options that have been outlined. You know, we could go back and revisit the idea of how do we want to approach getting to the point where we have a solid, both comprehensive plan and eventually land development code. And I think that there's been lots of attention placed on the land development code over recent years, just in terms of there are opportunities for us to improve it. There are points in land development code where you can go in and you can see references that are part of the, previous revision before we incorporated like the land development code in our code of ordinances. There's still some cleanup that basic cleanup that needs to be done there. But beyond that, I think it's just more of we've encountered a number of issues as far as the development process and, that we've been talking about as, the work sessions. In some ways, I am hesitant, along with the public, to say, let's jump in and bring on a firm if there are this many questions from the public. If there's the staff also saying that maybe that's not the best approach, maybe we want to look at an alternative like a facilitator, which is different than what's the RFP. And also, the fact that we already have an existing timeline that's already in motion that would hopefully get us to a point where we're opening up for public comments and bringing back something, and we have time for us to make amendments as a council as we get feedback. That all being said, council, this is an opportunity for anybody to make a motion if they wish to proceed in a certain course, for us to debate that and have a clear vote on it, or if we want to direct staff to bring something back as an alternative for us to consider, we do have time. So, Councilor Reitz?
So, I hear you about it's our plan, and I totally agree. It is our plan. I'm just going to toss this out. I'm thinking this plan that is presented by the P&E committee has so many objectives in it that some of the objectives rub people the wrong way. And maybe if we made them more generalized, and then these type of programs will arise organically in the future. So maybe if we look at it from that point of view, where we do it a more generalized, and then we ask, I think the two big issues that I think they're small issues like the walk, that's not small, but I think the big issue is the revitalization of our commercial district. That's hardly mentioned at all, and we've got to be ahead of that one versus behind that one. And then there's hardly any mention of our infrastructure or our utility systems or anything like this. There's hardly anything about that. And that's two different committees. Maybe it's, I'm kind of doing this combination of everybody here. Well, Alfonso's idea, where we go back to CED, we go back to Public Works, and here, write the section on our infrastructure, our utilities to Public Works. And the idea is to look out 10 years and see what we need to be thinking of. You know, that's the idea of the comprehensive plan, is you're looking out 10 years. And the same thing with CED with our commercial district. The police, I thought the safety was pretty good. I didn't really see a big issue there. So if those two things could happen, a few other things that I'd punt back to the P&E committee, like maybe research Atlas 14 a little bit, Dark Sky a little bit, and these regional transportation partnerships a little bit before, or maybe just, maybe that's not part of the plan, but maybe some general principles are part of the plan, where it doesn't, it's not quite so polarizing, I guess. And so if we could live with a real general plan, but I don't know if that, if you can't accomplish enough, if it's too general, is it worthless then? So anyway, so my thought is, go back to these committees, give them direct assignments, see what they come up with, and then see the product. Also, Sylvia, I know you have had some experience in this. There are areas that are missing in this plan. And, you know, for you to review this, I know you have outside sources that could look at saying, well, make sure you put this and this and this topic in there, that type of thing. So if we are missing big holes there. So, so that's kind of what if that makes sense. Am I making any sense at all?
It does. I think if there's a gap that's been identified by a specific committee, because you're right, P&E worked on this, but they weren't comprehensive in the sense of all the committees getting a chance until recently to look at it and give feedback. I think it makes sense for the committee to say, hey, there's a gap here, let's propose an addition so that it's part of the full thing that gets reviewed. I would rather do it sounds like, and the community would like to, have the community bring that rather than having it be a checklist from I think there's sort of the easy way of saying, could somebody just show us an example of what this looks like in another city so we can sort of plug it in here? But that doesn't meet the needs of our unique city, but a committee developing it themselves, even if it's to look outside of our city for models, because we do that all the time. We always kind of say, can we leverage what's been done in the places that we want and that we think match our values, right? And I think that's part of this, right? Is saying, yeah, if the committee can say we want to have a section in there about retail revitalization, and we want to have a section in there about infrastructure, and we want to point out where there may be some issues with what's in there already, and ask that either council or zoning or P&E go back and review those sections, so that when we get a product at the end of that process, whether it's January or we need to take additional time to get it right, we have that comprehensive view and input, and then council and the public can weigh in on that final product to say, this matches, our needs and our visions. That might take longer than the time frame we have now, but I think it gives an opportunity for those committees to actually directly contribute. But it does become something we have to task them with, in terms of, we can't just have them review it and then, anticipate that it's going to magically sort of fix itself, right? So.
Yeah, and if you, at the end of that time, after they've all gotten their input, and if it's still kind of a problem that we can't really resolve, then maybe at that point we bring in an outside facilitator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then whether we need a facilitator or a firm for the land development code, I think that's something we need to reconsider, because it may be better for our city to have a facilitator for the land development code that matches our model of, organic contributions, versus the concern with a firm is that they're bringing in a template,
Yeah, I'm not interested.
but we don't have
yeah.
to make that decision right now. What we can focus on right now is the comprehensive plan and getting the committee input, especially if there's concerns where we have gaps that the committees can contribute to. But I think you're right, it's gonna have to go back to CED and say, let's write this section, can you get it done in a timeline that's not, we don't want to take another year, right? But we wanted, now that we have a great
Yeah.
blueprint or starting point, can we get it done in the next 3 months, 2 months, whatever it is, and have people actually work on it and bring it back for a vote for the committee to approve and recommend as the addition.
Yeah, and
I like that process.
And Public Works also, I mean, I think
Right, Public Works
we
also
haven't
really
dealt with infrastructure in that at
But
hardly
in
at
general,
all,
I
so,
agree
yeah.
with that being a good
Those are the two.
next step for us. And then Councilmember
So-
Johnson, you had, go ahead.
I was going to ask about the mission and vision statements, because obviously those tie directly to the comp plan and how we get to those. Will we be reviewing those, or are we working off of the existing?
So we got to a point in our retreats where we had drafted versions of it, and I think we're really close to actually just saying, let's have another meeting and finalize those with our facilitators that we had in place before. I was hoping to get that on the schedule in July, but because we've had some complications due to, missing council members, we haven't been actually able to finalize a date. Now that we have some clarity with regards to the council makeup, I think we can quickly finalize the date and get to that point, and it's not going to be much different than what we drafted in the retreat. It's not going to be a major change, 2 months before we potentially, have a new seated council and mayor. It's going to be in alignment with what we discussed in the retreat. So I would like to still go forward with that and have our facilitation, with Karen and Tom brought back in August, so we can do that as part of this process as well.
Because that would help inform those holes that need to be plugged. That would help inform some of that component about how we get there in the land development code, especially if it's in your vision statement, a revised vision statement, which I think, if I remember correctly, just had a little bit more meat than the current vision statement,
Yeah,
right?
it wasn't very different than the current
Yeah,
vision
it wasn't
statement,
very
but-
different, and so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it possible to bring it up real quick? Can you find it real quick?
And Barbara, I know you wanted to comment before I'll defer to legal before we go back to Councilmember Johnson, so.
I know it's odd for legal to jump in the middle of all of this, but I'm going to anyway. Our office has done various aspects of comprehensive plans for a lot of different cities of varying sizes. Small, tiny, non-existent, don't have zoning, don't know what it is, to Leander and others. So we have a bit of experience in seeing what comprehensive plans can do. And I'm not suggesting by any means that all of you citizens, you have to have an absolute role in your comprehensive plan. But you've got to start. There's some very basic things that you've got to start with. You have to start with an inventory. And one of the things I keep hearing is you don't know what you have. You don't really you have to take an inventory of things like, okay, you know what your population is. You know basically what your economy is. You know it's driven in large part by your retail, but what exactly is that economy? Do an inventory of that. You know what your existing land uses are. Do you know if there's going to be any proposed external traffic circulation issues that you need to take into account? Do you know of any uses that are on the borders of use, since you are not, because you're an island? Are there anything like that that is actually happening in and around your community that you have to take account for? You have, are there public facilities that you see morphing, changing? Are there going to be ways that that's going to affect what you're going to do with your community? The physical environment you understand and you know, the population you understand and you know, but then you've got to put this whole inventory of things together and then put them into your community goals and objectives of what you want Sunset Valley to look like and or change to or keep. And then you look at your comprehensive plan. and then you look at the implementation of it, and that goes into your zoning. It is a driven process. There's some materials out there, there's planners out there that can help. They're not going to come in here and necessarily say, rewrite this, do this. There's guidance. I mean, Sylvia's got information, she's done this. Our office can help. I mean, there's facilitators around, there's people around that can help you. But you've really got to go back, as you were saying, Mayor, and start asking for a lot of these committees to do these inventories of exactly what you have, what laws have changed that are now impacting some of the things that you've got on your books. I mean, one of the reasons that, in the comprehensive plan, that was an aside to me. What I was worried about was some of the things that were in your zoning code, because the laws have changed drastically over the last several years that you've got to bring up to speed. But part of that is they weren't in step with your comprehensive plan from the beginning. So we've got to marry those two, and you've got to work in a unified manner, all of you, in bringing it forward. The committees, the zoning commission, you all, everybody's going to have their role, their hand, their touch. Everybody is. It's going to be because you have such a small community. You can't help but have a touch on this. But there are some things that can guide you with that process. And I think if you start kind of back and don't just look at this as, well, we're tearing this apart. No, we're not tearing it apart. Let's just start with some basics and figure out what it is and what each of your either committees or, because quite frankly, and I think this is one of the things that I think is most important, is some of the decisions that you as a city make that are driven by your comprehensive plan. Your CIP is driven in large part by your comprehensive plan. Your budget is driven by your comprehensive plan. Where and how you spend money on planning purposes is driven by your comprehensive plan. And so these are just big picture things. Those are three big things that, as I've looked at your budget, you've got things all over that budget that touch and are impacted by your comprehensive plan, whether you've realized it or not. So I do think you've got to step back and get we can provide you with some insights on this if you wish. We'll step back if you don't. Get a facilitator, talk to Sylvia, there's planners, there's TML, there's a lot of, your Texas Planning Association probably has resources in addition to this. They could provide you with probably some ideas of inventories, how to do inventories within your community. And so those might help you get a good grasp of where your committees need to go and provide that input that you are kind of searching for right now to help you get that information and pull it back together. You're there, you've just some tweaks, some twists, you'll get it. But it's not going to tear your community apart. It will build your community together because you really are depending upon one another to give you the best advice possible.
Councilmember Johnson.
I kind of like process, right? And I don't know how it's been on the previous three. Apparently I was here for the last one, but I just was so, not involved that I'm actually quite happy that I was involved. But I want to know that there's a light at the end of the tunnel that that either every city goes through this. We have to have a comprehensive plan. And every step of us trying to figure out like the correct way to do this is like, well, actually you gotta do this. Well, no, you gotta do this. And you gotta go back, you gotta do this, do this, do this, do this. Eventually somebody's gonna suggest like, well, it really starts with the comprehensive plan, and I'm just gonna cry, because that will be the Ouroboros of this whole thing. Should I even hope for a process out of this, or is it just like every 10, 12 years, we're just gonna, whoever's here is just gonna have to figure it out for themselves again? And that's okay, if that's the answer, but it just feels, it feels daunting. We'll work through it, but it's just like, I hope there is some process that can come out of this that we can lay for the next generation of city leaders.
That
There
depends
will
on
be.
the Texas legislature.
Don't say that.
In the last 10 years, there have been a significant amount of changes that impact how cities operate and how they're able to govern. TML's whole, leave it, we govern from home, or it's our home, that really drives how we're able to manage our own future. And unfortunately, because of that, we have to change things in the code. So the code should be dynamic. You should not be going through a very painful, almost waxing process every 10 to 12 years. But that's assuming that you're doing what you need to do every couple of years with your code. Right? Is it still meeting the intent? What do we have on the horizon? And making the tweaks that need to be made. From as far back as me getting here and listening to a couple of years of your council meetings in preparation for my interview, you've been lamenting about your land development code. You've been talking about some of the painful points and how you just can't get through it. So, I think it's become an evolution that, all right, now it's time to change it, but change it to what? What do we want to become when we grow up, so to speak? And that's why the comp plan process is as important, if not most important ever before, because you now have to work within a set of constraints that you didn't have to before. You heard at the last council meeting, well, we did this back then, we did this back then, we did this back then. Yes, the legislature has seen fit to remove some of that ability, a lot of that ability. So we're left to manage with this very sliver of ability and still want to create a community that we're all happy to live in.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah. I think that little by little, everybody has something, and we are coming to one line. When I say that we need to go back to the committees, and when I refer to public works, is we are so dependent, we depend of a lot of things. And water and wastewater is one. And Austin, then they are the people that they produce that water, or they treat that water, and they sell that water. In our case, we don't have any plans. We don't have any idea what we will do in 10 years or 20 years. Or if they will raise that water so high. And the well that we have is 19 million gallons, that's all. So with that well, only you can give it to the people, 20% will be almost 20%. And we don't pass because it doesn't have pressure. We don't have system to put pressure as supposed to be in high level for the business. So that kind of things is something that we need to start thinking. What happened with the wastewater will be the same way. What happened with the electricity will be the same way. Fire protection will be the same way. So we depend of a lot of things. And we are not thinking in that way. And in this case, we believe that it's an island. But we are no island. We are in the middle of a big city. And that city is a monster that is coming. And sometimes we don't want that they will come. But sometimes we know that we depend for our business, and that gave it to us a lot of good things. Then we don't pay a lot of things. So I agree. I think that, as Barbara, she mentioned about that inventory and about the budgets and about the CIP, sometimes you produce plans for short, medium, and long range. These kind of plans, they need to be the same way. 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. With the land development code, it has one parallel with the rules, but it's dynamic. So you can develop something, and later you can feed the chains. But I think that it's nice that we have the opportunity to talk, because sometimes the people don't talk, and in this level, because sometimes we don't know something, and because we don't want to show them we are ignorant, we don't talk, only we follow. But no, here we are doing discussion, and that is different. And in that discussion, believe me, it's time. It's not push. We will do the things in the best way. I think that it's important, that comprehensive plan. And it's important, the feedback from each group. After that, we will start with the other part and start thinking in that 5, 10, and 15 years. Then we will do something that will change that. And I think that we will have more flexibility and better understanding between the neighborhoods, because we cannot continue the meadows, the village, the old town. No, we are a community. And I am so glad that at this moment we open a lot of boxes that before they never opened. And with respect, because we respect ourselves. So, in a few words, I think, Mark, we have some dates. We need to have that. We need to have that information. And if it's not the best, well, as Barbara, she said, well, maybe some feedback. But they gave it to us, some feedback, and we can put inside or ask to the community, but no impose some people that is coming, and they will let us know how we can do these things. Because when I say 240 houses or 260, less than 650 people, and almost everything is from outside. We are not thinking in schools. We are not thinking in water and wastewater plants. We don't have 10,000 employees as Austin, only in water and wastewater. So we are thinking in different way. But in our rules is the feeling of the citizens. And we cannot lose that spiritual spirit. That spirit is a dream. When they say nature, we want to have this or that. We need to respect that, but we need to understand that we need also the retails and how we can be working together. So I think why we don't try to close this and we go, then the dates that you have for and the groups will be for that comprehensive plan. And after that, we will start thinking how we can work much better with the land development code. And I think that we can accomplish more. I try to stop because it's 8 o'clock is when they stop at 8 or at 9 o'clock?
At 9.
I'm sorry. So, but I stop myself.
No, now. So, Council, before Councilor Rosengard, I'm trying to collect everybody's feedback and decide, in terms of what we can do as the next steps. It really seems to make sense based on some of the comments that we have some input from committees that we want to build out into the comprehensive plan for the CED and Public Works specifically. And I think that what I heard is that there are potentially some resources that can aid the committees, that we want to be able to tap into, whether that's the experience of our staff and legal, the TML, other groups, to basically help us make sure we're going about this in the right process. It also might be beneficial to leverage those resources to facilitate that joint meeting, right? Maybe that's a good time for somebody to come in and be part of that while we're pulling together everything else, the joint committee meeting that we have scheduled. I would feel a lot more comfortable if we took the approach of, asking CED and Public Works especially to write sections that they feel are missing, potentially, asking for support from staff and potentially our law firm is experienced here as part of that process, and then have us evaluate, how we can best bring this all together so that it does, get back to us and we can start the review process.
Yeah, in thinking about it a little bit more, I'd also add budget and finance to look at the whole economic picture going forward, particularly if one or two or three of our shopping centers decides to redevelop at the same time, what that will do to us and some of that planning that would be involved with that. So maybe budget and finance could do that.
Councilor Rosengarten, I know you had your hand raised too.
I need to take a phone call and would like to speak regarding this. I had an emergency.
We're going to take a break for Councilor Rosengarten to make sure she can attend to her emergency. So we will reconvene in 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Okay, 10 minutes. Okay.
sign it, I just slowly go down.
All right. Council. Okay.
That was broken. I can will some from, do you want another one? Next time. I've got a note for them to look at it.
All right, council and staff, we're going to resume our discussion on with agenda item number 10. So we, as part of this, we've been receiving input from the public and have some next steps that we've talked about. I don't want to lose momentum on what I think is a good discussion. I think that an outline of taking this back to CED, Public Works, Budget and Finance, giving, especially I think CED and Public Works who've expressed interest in contributing or potentially contributing to portions of the comprehensive plans that that may not be represented or needed, or they're there, and maybe leveraging some of the tools that we have access to, or asking for some support in, as outlined by staff and our legal team. Seems like a sensible thing, especially as there's a lot of dynamic things going on with, we have a missing a council member that we are going to be replacing soon, and we want to make sure that we're taking into account. We have elections coming up that we want to make sure that we're, thoughtful of in terms of, this, we don't want to lose progress, but at the same time, we have an acknowledgement that this is an opportunity for the city to, potentially make changes if they want to. So that being said, Councilmember Rosengarten, go ahead. You had your next comments were in line. Go ahead. Yes, Rick. Yes. No, it was just more with. Please go ahead. I had forgotten temporarily that we left at the time when you were just about to give your input, and that's.
Yeah. I just wanted to add, if anybody thinks we're rushing anything, P&E had on their agenda on February 3rd to recommend to council for RFQ for Land Development Code update services. That was back in February. Then on a different subject, back to the comprehensive plan itself. There are a couple of statements that cause me to not want to just move forward with it. For instance, discourage crime and vandalism through environmental design. How do you keep someone from vandalizing your house by a environmental design? I have no idea what that means or how to do that. We have street people that are constantly coming into our city from the surrounding Austin area, and so if somebody could clue me in, that would help. The next one, preserving dark sky. I talked to the lady in Dripping Springs who was recommended by the last council meeting when we were talking dark sky, and she said, I wish we would stop calling it dark sky. She said we should start calling it better lighting. We have 290 overpass, we have Tony Berger Center. If we simply talk to both of those entities about better lighting, because we're not going to have total dark sky. So that would keep me from voting for the existing comprehensive plan. The next one, research and adopt Atlas 14 floodplain designations. No, if you adopt Atlas 14, you simply need to be aware of it, but if you adopt it, more people are going to be considered in the floodplain and have to be required for flood insurance. Next one, adopt an ordinance that regulates disposal of trash and debris in streams and ditches in line with federal regulations. How do you find someone who does debris and trash in your creek that you never know who did it? For instance, as soon as you get done cleaning the creek and then it rains, you get all the wash off from the street people into your creek, and you get to do it again. I know from experience. And again, and again. So how do you adopt an ordinance stating this? So these are things, just minor things already in the comprehensive plan that cause me not to want to vote for it. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilor Reeds.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Vote for what? We are not voting for
No,
nothing.
we're not voting for it tonight, but that's why we're talking about having a third party review it, whether it's a facilitator or a third-party firm.
It says possible action.
Well, because it was on the agenda for tonight for possible action. We could have approved it tonight.
Possible action, but not to approve the plan. Councilmember Rosengarten was just talking about issues
Oh,
with
right.
with the proposed revisions, but the possible action is for this RFQ that's listed. But
Well,
the direction could be given on, to come back with another RFQ or some other, or cancel this. Yeah.
So how about if we continue the RFQ for the land development code, but for the comprehensive plan, we go back to the 3 committees to write their particular sections, and then at some point we consolidate those sections and work through any difficulties, disagreements. Does that kind of say it?
I mean, essentially it'd be returning to the original RFP that we issued, or RFQ, sorry, that we issued, and reissuing it, and without the changes that include the comprehensive plan. It just, at that point, the timing of it is probably, we'd want to wait on issuing the RFQ, because that's why we, denied it last time, it was so disconnected from when we were going to start the land development code process. So that we could take action to reissue the RFQ, it's just that we've already got one response and we denied it
Okay.
The last time.
So if we issue the RFQ, it would be 30 days. And then if we actually hired somebody, it'd be probably another 30 days by the time we negotiate, at least a minimum, 60 days, 90 days. And so at that point, even if we weren't done with the comprehensive plan, they could be looking and reviewing our ordinances because there's probably some glaring things. So
Certainly. They can already begin looking at things that are
getting familiar with us.
Yes.
Well,
Mayor Pro Tem.
well, I think that I agree with the first part, but I disagree. I don't believe that we need to have a request for proposals for nothing at this moment. I think that after we will see the nice color and the way that we advance with the comprehensive plan, at that moment, we can start thinking if we will go for requests for proposals. But at this moment, I don't believe that. I propose more with all that we discuss, but no open any request for proposals. This is my position. At this moment, I don't believe that will be justifiable to allocate some money than previously the administrator told us that 50,000 is not enough for land development code. So I think that it's not only to put yes and the 50,000. She mentioned that would be more than that. So why we don't wait, and in 3 months we will decide and we will proceed.
That's fine.
If it's possible.
Go ahead, Sylvia.
So we had a question we have a question of staff in terms of the time frame. So the joint committee meetings that are going to begin this discussion, which I think will help talk about the holes and help talk about what needs to happen, was supposed to happen after you guys adopted your goals. So is that in your August, September timeframe? Because we're trying to make it all happen by the January timeframe.
Yeah, so my goal would be to settle on a date when we can have half-a-day meeting to have our follow-on retreat in August, and we have some dates already, potentially that we can do that, but I need to get back with Karen and Tom and then confirm with council. Once we have that, I think that's a reasonable time frame if we can get that done this month, for us to still leverage, the schedule that we have for, September. It may get pushed out a little bit just because we need to have time to have that discussion first.
And I think what I would like to do, and I haven't talked to Barbara about this yet, so surprise, Barbara, is between she and I, we have enough experience in this. I'd like to take a look at the comprehensive plan and raise some questions or issues that we need to be thinking about moving forward as we move into the land development code, and will help also inform that joint committee meetings about items that are of particular importance. I don't want it to come off as hypercritical of the work that the committee has done or things moving forward either swayed one way or the other, but there are some definite challenges that need to have at least a circle around them in council, because they're going to end up being policy decisions the council's going to have to think about moving forward. Is that okay with you, Barbara?
So it sounded like there was the start of a possible motion to not reissue the RFQ, as the revised RFQ, but to continue with the process of working with the committees and having this joint committee meeting as our next steps for review of this. But again, we have different alternatives we could go down. So, Councilman Rosengard.
Did I misunderstand? I thought Councilmember Reese was suggesting the facilitator to start on that with the comprehensive plan?
No, so what I'm suggesting is that we continue our own development of the comprehensive plan by going back to the three committees and asking them for sections of that. And then as it comes together, if at that point we need a facilitator to work through any disagreements, then we can hire somebody. But at this point, we don't know if we need anybody yet. So let's try that process. Now, I was for going ahead and get started with the land development code, but Councilmember Carmona would like to wait. I'm okay. It's really just postponing it. And it sounds like there may be a possible candidate already that's interested in doing that, and so it might not be a huge search, 6-month search to do this. So, okay. So I'm probably okay just postponing it for a couple of months.
Okay.
So I guess if I made a motion, that would be my motion, that, let's see if I can restate it, that we continue with the comprehensive plan going back to the three committees, Budget and Finance, CED, and Public Works, to write the sections to write their applicable sections for the comprehensive plan, which we will then consolidate and review and hopefully come to some community consensus.
Okay. And to not reissue the RFQ
and postpone the RFQ.
Okay.
Perhaps we need to include the zoning commission, no? So because the zoning will be the next step.
Yeah, that's on
That would be
that's
the
on the
next step.
calendar currently. So after the committee review, it's supposed to be then to
It goes
zoning
to
and
the
legal.
zoning, yeah.
Good.
And there is, just as Carol and I were discussing, there is a big piece of the comprehensive plan is also, of course, the future land use map, which
Right.
doesn't have a draft, and so that's another big piece.
That's a big piece.
hole. And so, and obviously zoning commission, that'll be, their input will be sought on that, and the public input, of course.
Okay, yeah, so we can include the zoning commission after the plan is put together. Yes, it might not be pretty, but.
Okay. So the motion is to have the three committees, CED, Public Works, and Budget and Finance, take the opportunity to potentially write sections that they...
Applicable sections, yeah.
Yeah, for applicable sections for their committees, and then continue following the outline of the plan, the timeline that we have, and then bringing back the RFQ at a later time for potentially reissuing. Okay. And that's the RFQ just for the land development code, not for the comprehensive plan.
Yep.
Is there a second for that motion? Second?
A second.
Okay, seconded. Further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. All right, motion passes. And
Yep. The one thing I might add is I think each of those committees will need staff support, possibly support from Barbara's team, also expert support.
yeah,
So.
I was gonna say Barbara just volunteered herself or her firm to develop the. All right, Thank you, Council, and thank you, the members of the public, for the conversation. Move on to agenda item number 11, consider an act on the creation of an internal policy regarding handling of delinquent utility accounts and adding a reference to the Sunset Valley Code of Ordinances. And we'll begin with a staff overview, and then we'll go to Councilmember Johnson, who requested this item be discussed.
So Mayor and Council, thank you. We, during COVID, suspended disconnection, late fees, credit card charges, and the like in hopes of assisting our residents, our businesses in paying their utility bills. We ran an accounts payable and a delinquent list, and we had some very large delinquencies. One of those delinquencies has cured itself by more than 65% and will cure itself within the next 45 days. But in the discussion of that delinquency in terms of disconnection, our ordinance only addresses disconnection in terms of the drainage fee. It doesn't address disconnection of any other unpaid utilities, and there really is no policy internally on how things are handled for disconnects. Every case has been handled on a case-by-case basis, which oftentimes that's required. It depends on the financial need of the resident. But according to our aging report, not just this year or last year, but even in the last 5 years, it's not uncommon for some of those delinquencies to be 6, 8, 9, and 12 months. So trying to get our arms around that, one of the things we did was obviously compare ourselves to other cities, and we came up with a proposal that is just referenced in the Code of Ordinances. It's not codified in the Code of Ordinances, which gives staff some administrative ability to enforce and work with the residents and businesses. And these are the top 4. Obviously, it does impact finances, so a review by the Budget and Finance Committee would be appropriate, and any necessary amendments or changes to that policy. So things after 6 months, things after 180 days in the private sector get charged off, right? And so internally, it's hard for staff to make payment arrangements on something that is that far delinquent. And I think the amounts that accrue over that period of time really require either mayor or council involvement if we want to waive, delete, define, extend, whatever that phrase may be for those payments.
Can you scroll down to the proposed or comparison and proposed ordinance changes, just so we have that for reference? So, council, what's been brought to our attention is that we do have a number of, a small number, but a number of significant delinquencies that have either accumulated, and we don't have any kind of firm policy to say after 1 month, after 3 months, we can go through the steps of making sure that the city recovers that the money that was owed to the city. And so, in comparison to other cities, and that's probably where I wanted to go to for this conversation. There are a number of municipalities around us. Obviously, size comparison, it varies, but generally it's you're a month and then you start getting kind of formal notices and potentially even cut off some services. As a city, I think we've had some flexibility because of not only COVID, but even prior to that, because we're a small city, we have some agility with working with residents, especially residents in need. So that's something to weigh as we go consider whether we want to make amendments to this as well. But that's also something that gets us into these bad practices potentially for multiple months, even up to a year of delinquencies. I think the case you're talking about specifically was a business case where many thousands of dollars were at risk of the city losing because of business. Residents are probably not, it's never going to reach that much, but it can accumulate. If your bill is a certain amount every month, and they may be talking several hundreds up to $1,000 per residence, if they go 12 months delinquent. So that being said, what I asked the staff to put together was at least a proposal for us to discuss, comparison to the nearby cities, and then determination if we want to move forward with any changes. So With that, open it up for questions for staff or council to make comments on. Councilmember Reeds?
No, I just want to say I'm totally in favor of a uniform policy for this. I do believe that we have been taken advantage of because we have been very, because we don't have a policy. And as long as there's a plan in place, then we can work with that. It sounds like that's what your policy is going to say, so I think it's very fair. And considering what the other cities look like, it's more than fair. So I don't have any problem with what you're suggesting.
Councilor Johnson?
And I really don't want it to come to council.
So was this a problem mostly of COVID, or so like before? And like if we had to wrap our brains around a number, like how many, I mean, if there's businesses that are failing and then they just kind of like walk on a $50,000 water bill, I mean, it's like, well, I mean, it's like they were going out of business. I mean, it's like, I don't know, like, yeah. I like this because it kind of like, hey, are you going to be able to pay this? Because we already paid for it, and it's. And
that's what drove this particular issue is we began payment arrangements with this business over a year and a half ago and entered into agreement, and then a month or 2 months would go by, the agreement was met, and then the third month the payment would fail and we'd start over again. And we worked, increasing it a little bit more each time. What prompted the urgency this time is they had a major water leak and had not resolved it in a few months. So not only was the bill getting bigger, we're now paying bigger for the city of Austin. And
why would you fix it?
Yeah. So we put some things in place, and one of it was before you even pay the bill, you must fix the leak. We're going to disconnect you on this day. Even with the disconnection, I need 50%. Before you can be reconnected, and I need your plumber to send me the plumbing permit in the bill that says you fixed the leak. I had the ability to say that because the code allows us to lien, and this particular property is leased. And so I went to the owner and said, hey, by the way, your lessee hasn't paid, and so we're about to go down this route if it continues. That prompted some action, but reality, when I go back to the code, I don't have a lot of bite to that. It's repaired, the leak was addressed, the amount was significantly brought down, but I think it's a function of two things. I think it's a function of we don't send late notices. We just don't. It shows up on your next bill, and the bill isn't pink or anything like that. It's just there. And the second thing is the actual follow-up of things. Is we've just been sort of lackadaisical about what is past due in the utilities.
So, taking COVID issues aside, and this business was an outlier, or this business was an outlier, and so taking those out of the equation. Let me step back real quick. So we went through the education of how we got to the point of the subsidy being, or like our water, how much we pay for water being approaching 7 figures, and so there's some places where we don't want to go to tackle that, but if we like eat our veggies in some other places, maybe we can, make that number look a little bit better. This is something we should be doing anyway, but like, how close does this get us to, like, how much a year do you think this is, just in general?
This last year, there was more than $50,000 delinquent by just that one business owner. If I compile it all together, it's closer to $75,000 within the business and the residential. There's some aged receivables there that I doubt we're ever going to collect, and we'll probably need to write off. The automatic meters for the residential will help significantly because I'll know if you have a leak and you got to address it. What typically ends up happening is there's a bill that's in disagreement, right? And so that amount is, you know, it's put aside and they're paying their bill, but we've already used that water. We already have to pay the city of Austin. So just trying to get a harder handle on.
Right, and again, like, you know, I'm going to assume that most people just like want to pay their water bill. I mean, I don't know. But like tightening this up and nipping it in the bud before these businesses who are probably, some of them might already be going kind of like out, you know, just keeping on top of it. How much can we shave off of that? If you had to guess, like a year, like how much could we shave off of that water? That huge
In terms
water
of
bill?
delinquency, I'm going to say about $50,000 to $75,000.
That's pretty good.
That's a pretty decent number,
Okay.
yes.
Good job. So, and the burden, I was going to say, like, if it's like 10,000, it's a hard pill to swallow, but if it's a burden on staff and it was only like $5,000 a year, it feels, it's hard to say just like let it go because like it's a pain in the butt for staff, but like,
No.
is it Encode that would do it all? Yeah.
So yes, again, there's no policy for sending out the hot pink bills that say you're 31 days late. It just shows up on the bill. It is a process that we would run another batch and say these bills go pink or these bills go red or whatever that process is. But yeah, it's not a difficult burden.
Cool. Thank you.
Councilmember Rosengarten, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
How would everybody feel, council, if we change the late fee from a 10% to a 5% late fee?
I think it's already 10% right now, right? Yeah, it's already, so
now.
like when you, it's already
Never
10%.
mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. I thought this was a new proposal. Okay.
Like when you, at least I recognize that because sometime, like this month I got a bill that was basically including last month's bill, even though I paid it. So there's like, you know, it's one of these kind of things of the timing of that, but then it included the 10, you know, and it was 10% of the previous bill, so.
So what legal did point out to us is we said 10% of the amount, and legal said, that's going to start adding up very quickly. You need to say 10% of the delinquent amount, not the total amount.
Yeah, okay. So it's not on top of the new bill and everything like that, so yeah. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I was looking this and with the numbers, I was thinking that going in that column, the time until late, I think that 15 days. This is one that we can use, 10% late fee. The violation, we can go to 10 days from the notice. The required notice, we can say the next day. And the reconnect fee, I will go to $100 because one is disconnection, another is connection. And you have one employee with a vehicle and time, and that, in order to go to that place, is more than $50, and 50 for disconnection and later 50 for connection. I think that will be some proposal. As you can see, dripping spring from 100 to 500 the deposit, cost plus 25%. So only Bastrop is $100 for the reconnection. So I think that needs to be more or less in that way, is my proposal.
So your proposal is to essentially copy the Bastrop. The time until late, 15 days. The late
Yep.
fee amount, 10%.
Yep.
Time until disconnect, 10 days.
Yep.
Required notice the next day, and then a reconnect fee of $100.
Yeah. And I didn't do that from Bastrop. I was there 8 years ago, sowing water and wastewater. So I think that is realistic. That is a motion, if I can do that.
You can do that. So the motion is to
adopt the same fees and conditions that they have for the city of Bastrop in the city of Sunset Valley.
Okay.
Well, you have 8250. I don't know why it's 8250. I don't know if we need to correct that. because maybe that is very old. If you see the other cities, 500 of rolling wood. Okay, sorry.
When
Yes, good.
we do have like heavily subsidized water, so like that's a lot of water, right? That $500. I mean, that's the point of the deposit, right? So it should be probably however long it takes you to get to $500.
Well,
I'm sorry, I'm looking at.
I
was looking at Rollingwood. Never mind. I was looking at Rollingwood and I saw $500 because I saw a mouse go up and down the column. If it's 75, then yeah, never mind.
So I don't know what is the utility deposit. If we will continue with 8250, but maybe the accounting or the person that is in that department will give it to us a better idea. But we'll continue. We will continue with that.
The motion is to adopt the backdrop, except for the not changing current utility deposit, and I think is what?
8250.
Right. Okay, so that's a motion. Is there a second for that motion?
Second, or
Second.
Rob will second.
Okay. All right. Rob, Councilmember Johnson seconded. Further discussion on the motion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. All right. We're going to move on to our last agenda item, which is a presentation only. That we're not actually taking action on this budget. It's for us to bring back as a potential future action. Discussion and direction on an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2022 budget for speed limit signs, flood warning signs, and striping of Jones and Sunflower. This is a trigger warning for Councilmember Rosengarten
Yes.
and myself.
Yes.
We're bringing back flood warning signs.
Yes, and so for that reason, I wanted to clarify to staff. Staff said, wait, the Public Works Committee already saw it, Budget and Finance already saw it. And I said, oh yeah, but the council said, we want to see it. So here we are.
I have a new idea for an art project. It's to get our purchase barrier signs and construct them into some sort of origami shape that can live next to our city facilities for some purpose. But that being said, this is like I said, a discussion item. And this is obviously a lot of this motivation is coming from the public safety and Chief Carter. If we want to begin with the presentation from staff, do you want Chief Carter to handle this, Sylvia? No, Carolyn. Okay, got it. They can tandem. Okay, great. Thank you.
So yeah, this is a combo project that would be coming out of the street reserves. And so part of the project is the flood warning signs. We had discussed these signs back in November. And we are looking at, and I think you've seen them up there, these are basically the water over roadway, turn around, don't drown kind of signs that come on when the water is detected at a certain level in the creek, and then there'll be a flashing sign. And so that is what we're looking at. I know Chief Carter has met with the nearby neighbors. We kind of marked out where these signs would be going, and I'll let him to speak to that in a moment. We did present these signs to the Public Works Committee and I think Public Safety, and they were recommended to move forward with these signs. The other parts of this is that I'll speak to is the striping of Jones and Sunflower Trail. The street markings have faded. We just need to go out and we need to make those markings on those streets again. We've had several complaints on both of those roads to make that happen. I did see in Open Town Hall that there were some requests for some additional signs and things like that, and we can definitely include that into the project and add a couple more signs in a couple of strategic locations. But for now, I'm going to pass the mic down and let Chief Carter speak toward the speed limit signs and anything that he has with those flood warning signs.
Okay, I'll start with the speed radar signs. Each of our subdivisions in Sunset Valley have pretty regular complaints about speeders, but the enforcement problem in Sunset Valley is that we don't have enough traffic, so it's not a good use of one of my officers to stick them out on one of our residential streets they'll sit out for hours and they may not, take any enforcement action. But these portable signs, I know the city of Austin has gone back to using them. They make great speed deterrents to remind people of speeds, and they're also consistent. We can get a consistent presence on every street. We don't need one on every street. There are portable options that we can attach to it. We can put a pole on every street and then put one of the portable signs on the poles and take them out as the complaints come or as we notice problems. On the OpenGov site, I know there were complaints in the villas. Well, this would be a perfect way to enforce speeding over there and remind people of speeding. So, and our city's kind of perfect for our little square mile to have these signs on Jones and all the common places that we right now we're using that speed trailer and moving it around, but we can't cover as much territory with that. And for approximately $36,000, I think it's a pretty good investment of public money for safety. The flood warning signs, of course. Currently, when there's because we're coming up on flood season here in October, we're relying on whichever officer is here, and sometimes it's just one officer, to go and set up these barricades over in the low water areas. And, that's taking a big risk for the one officer to count on them being available, and then for that one officer to go and get that started. And if residents are relying on seeing these cones, somebody's going to drive through that low water crossing. These flashing lights, with the sensors, they're just an added layer of protection, kind of like a railroad crossing. All railroad crossings don't have arms, but they have the flashing lights. So and I think our residents are smart enough, if it's flashing, they know don't go in there. I would feel better about it. For me, it's a public safety issue, but we've taken the added step of visiting with the residents. I'm aware of the flood arms problem, so we went and visited with all of the residents that were going to be near the sensor, and it wasn't overwhelming support. Some were like, but no one was against it, and they all appreciated us talking to them. But it's the best option, I think, for a pretty potentially dangerous situation. We're going to have to provide some sort of warning. It's been announced at several council meetings over the years that this is a problem, and if something happens, the city is aware of this problem, and we haven't taken the steps that we can to minimize that problem. So.
Councilmember Johnson?
Oh, I don't know. He pointed at me, so I pointed at him. How do you test something like this? It only rains. I mean, these things might only turn on like once every 4 years.
I know the first 2 years I was here, we had flooding both the years in October, and we still get those flash floods, regularly enough. Not, these 500-year events, but.
I think he's asking how do you test it? Do you run water over it?
The sensors. How good are the sensors?
Literally tested, okay. Yeah.
Submersive sensor. Yeah, that's pretty smart. Hey, you get this. The other one is I like the temporary. We're not dark skies. Over on Reese and Sunset Trail that we love are dark streets. Like, love them. Most of us love them. And the idea of like one of those things coming on every single time somebody drives by would be a bummer. So like the temporary nature of them, only using them, go ahead.
And you can set, some of them come on every time a car goes by. You can set those to a threshold limit that you want. You can make it 5 miles over, 10 miles over. They don't have to flash every speed, so you can reduce it. Also, they analytics on They have analytics so that you can, you don't have to bring that old-fashioned traffic counter out. We would know how many cars are passing down each street. They have a use beyond the, speed deterrence. But like I said, if you set it for 35 miles an hour and on a 25, there's going to be fewer lights that come on.
Cool, thank you.
I think peer pressure from the neighbors to the constant violators would serve better to not have that thing turn on as often, right? We know as staff, we know who they are. The neighbors complain to us all the time. Okay, so now everybody sees that car driving and speeding. Go talk to your neighbor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah. This morning, one of technicians, they came to fix the oven at home. And when he came for the other side. And my wife, she said, no, you cannot park in your truck in that way, and you are in the opposite side. And he said, well, this is the Google that gave it to me that. So I mentioned before to the staff that the Google show in different direction the arrow that we have for the direction of the street. And I mentioned to you, some of yours, because almost 2 months ago, when I came from the dealer, I sent one of the cars for the service. The guy that he gave it to me the ride was in the same way with that Google. So I think that my wife, she wrote about the wrong way in Sunflower Trail and was an ongoing problem. And when I am walking in the mornings, when you go inside, it has 3 signs. In Ernest Robles, and you go inside to Sunflower, and the first sign say 25 miles per hour. The second sign has 1 arrow, and the third sign has 1 stop. But this is the size of the signs. And what happened? First, I think that a big problem that we have is that in the corner, they have a pole in the other side. I think that we need to have a sign that this street doesn't have outlet, because most of the people from Brody, they made a shortcut and they found this street and they go inside and they don't know that it's a circle, because they are looking for Jones. So looking in that way, I think that it's important to create something simple. I think that the strapping that they installed was 2 years ago, maybe, yeah. I think that was the mayor, she was pushing a lot, if I remember, and they were doing the inventory of the streets and signs and etc. Was very good inventory. And after that, I think that maybe they painted or they used this stripping. So why in 2 years they have so much deterioration? Was bad installation, or is bad the floor, or why? Or is normal that in 2 years you have to replace that stripping?
The thermal, yeah. I'm not, on a public road, I'm not sure how long it lasts. I know that the striping that I did on Jones right here, I'd asked for thermoplastic, and I couldn't get any vendor to take a job that small. So I don't know is that thermoplastic that was used in Sunflower? I would have to look, Councilmember Carmona. I'm not sure how long it lasts. I'll agree with you that it didn't last very long. I mean, looking at it today, you can't tell it was done. I think it was less than 2 years ago, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
And I am looking that because if we are spending $36,000 only in 2 streets, it's a lot of money. And I think that perhaps we need to start looking for something that will be good. And this radar, I think that because I was reading a lot, and you are right, not necessarily because it's so bad that each car that is passing, say 18 or 12, and turn on. No. If you are below the number, maybe never will turn on, and you can calibrate that. So I think that this is not a bad idea, and the cost is $4,500 because you are looking for 8, and 8 you put 36,000. So the cost would be around $4,500 for each. So it's not expensive, and you don't have you don't need to use, in that case, that bumpers, because some people, they oppose. As we saw today, you will have a meeting August 26 with the people that they live there, and you will listen other kind of options. But I think that is very good in that way. Only I think that in our case, the signs, I think that they need to change, but that will be for August 26, according with the email that in OpenGov, the citizen Ariel Cloud, she put that. Thank you.
Council, we do need a motion to extend our meeting, hopefully not too much longer, but to make sure that we go. Or we can say no, for a few minutes at least, so we can at least wrap up this discussion and give direction to staff on what to bring back. So if I can get a motion to extend our meeting we can even say 10 minutes.
Yeah, we extend the meeting for 10 seconds, no, 10 minutes.
Second.
I said that a little jokingly. Let's extend the meeting for up to an hour. We can always constrain ourselves. So if you.
But what happened?
Or do what you want in the motion. I'll leave it at that.
No, to extend the meeting, no more than 10 o'clock.
Okay. Is there a second for that?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. All right.
And so we brought this forward because I was aware of the bloodied mess from the arms, et cetera, et cetera. Both committees have already recommended, and so if the council doesn't have any issue with the design or the street sign types, we would like to bring it back.
So my feedback my only feedback is I agree that the speed sign needs to have a temporary option so that either they don't become on all the time if that's the only the best way of doing it, or they're something we can mount and dismount so that it's not additional clutter, additional sort of things on there. Otherwise, I think the rest of I share Mayor Pro Tem's concern about the cost of restriping when we just did this 2 years ago. So I'd really like to understand how long we expect this next revision to last with, just a better, understanding why 2 years is that the norm, or is that something we can do better next time?
So for traditional striping, yes, 2 years is about the lifespan of traditional striping. Thermoplastic should theoretically last longer than that. I will definitely reach out and find out why and research why it did not last that long in the villas. I am betting it has to do with the preparation. I don't think they did a really great job of removing the old, and I think it just went on the old, and I think if the old's already peeling up, the new's going to peel up with it. So we'll make sure, I'll work with Dakota to make sure that is addressed before we do any thermoplastic in the villas. But thermoplastic should definitely last longer. I believe we are doing, I will check, but I will bring that, when I bring that back, I'll make sure we have like the estimated timeline on what we're doing with each kind of striping, so we know how often it is. But traditional striping, yes, 2 years is, that's lifespan. Yeah.
And then Councilor Reitz.
Do we have signs that say one way or wrong way?
I do not believe there are, besides inside the alleys, are there wrong way signs around the circle? Like on the back side of some of the other signs?
Seems like right at the entrance it
Are there
should be
some? Yeah.
wrong way.
We don't have one.
I just reported the edit to Google Maps, so we'll keep reporting the edit to Google Maps till it gets edited.
Yeah, I think having a wrong way sign, would deter some of that. But yeah, I think the other thing that Councilmember Johnson was when he's looking at Google Maps is that Google Maps, it looks like it takes you through the alleys. And that's a hazard. We've had people get into wrecks,
I suggested the road edit as well, because it does take you
Yeah.
through that. So I did the road edit and the direction.
Maybe the barriers on the alleys. No, never.
A barricade.
The barricade, yeah, exactly. Just like the arms. That's it. Okay, so Council, it sounds like we want to bring this back for potential action next meeting.
Yep,
Okay.
yep, on board.
All right, we ran out of agenda items. We could take a motion to adjourn.
Darn. We ran out of agenda
We
items?
did. Yeah, if we run out of agenda items, actually, we can go ahead and adjourn. And Council, thank you for your participation tonight. Thanks to you, staff. We're ending early for Council. So we're adjourning at 9:06 p.m.
Less than 10 minutes.